So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel. So in this video we are going to see what if Naruto blackmails Tsunade with her darkest secret. So yeah, this will be very interesting movie, so watch till end. And this video has a little bit of harem, so harem warning. So without wasting any more time, let's jump right back into the video. But before that, if you are new on this channel, so please make sure to leave a like, share and subscribe. That will be super duper awesome. So now let's jump right back into the video.
What if Naruto blackmailed Tsunade with her darkest secret? The basement of the Konoha Administrative Records building smelled like dust, mildew, and the slow death of ambition. Naruto Uzumaki sneezed for the 11th time in 20 minutes, wiped his nose on his sleeve, and shoved another stack of water-damaged mission reports onto a shelf that looked older than the third Hokage, which was saying something, considering the old man had been ancient. "This is so stupid," he muttered, sliding a box of requisition forms across the concrete floor with his foot. The box caught on a crack in the stone, tipped and vomited yellowed papers across the ground like confetti at the world's worst party. He stared at the mess. He didn't pick it up. "D-rank punishment mission," he said to nobody, mimicking Uruka's stern voice. "You destroyed 3 training posts, Naruto. 3! You need to learn discipline. Go help the records department with their basement reorganization." "Yeah, because nothing teaches a guy to control his Rasengan like alphabetizing water damage reports from 15 years ago." The basement stretched out around him, in every direction rows and rows of metal shelving units packed with scrolls, folders, boxes, and filing containers that hadn't been touched in years. The lighting was terrible. 2 of the 5 fluorescent seals on the ceiling had burned out, casting the far corners of the room into genuine shadow. Somewhere in the darkness, a pipe dripped with metronomic persistence. Naruto grabbed the fallen papers and started stuffing them back into the box without any particular regard for order. The records clerk who'd let him in, a skinny, nervous Chunin named Tadashi, had given him a list of tasks and then immediately gone upstairs, clearly thrilled to have someone else doing the work. The list was 3 pages long. Naruto had lost it within 10 minutes, so he was improvising. "Shelf 14, financial records, fiscal years 27 through 31, he read off a label, shoving a box into place. "Shelf 15, financial records, fiscal years 32 through," he stopped. The shelf was already full. The box in his arms had no obvious home. He looked left, looked right, and then just set it on the floor next to the shelf. Good enough. He moved deeper into the basement, past rows of mission logs, personnel files, and something labeled "Infrastructure Sewage Do Not Remove" that he gave a wide berth. The air got thicker the further back he went, heavy with the particular staleness of rooms that nobody had entered in years. The last row of shelves was a disaster. Boxes had fallen, scrolls had rolled everywhere, and at some point water had gotten in, probably from the pipe he could hear dripping, and turned a whole section of documents into pulpy mush. Naruto wrinkled his nose and started picking through the mess, separating salvageable materials from things that were clearly beyond saving. That's when he found the scroll. It was wedged behind a collapsed shelf, pressed between the wall and a metal support beam. Unlike the ruined documents around it, this scroll was in perfect condition, sealed in a waterproof casing with a preservation jutsu still faintly glowing on its surface. Someone had gone to considerable effort to protect this particular document, or to hide it. Naruto pulled it free and turned it over in his hands. The casing was unmarked, no label, no filing number, no department stamp. Every other document in this basement had been catalogued within an inch of its life. This one was anonymous. He shouldn't open it. He knew that. Sealed records in the Hokage's administrative building were sealed for a reason. Uruka would tell him to turn it in. Kakashi-sensei would give him that lazy look and say something about rules existing for everyone's protection. Naruto cracked the seal and unrolled the scroll. Numbers. Columns and columns of numbers, written in a precise hand with dark ink, dates running down the left margin. Account names he didn't recognize, Transfer amounts that meant nothing to him, he almost rolled it back up. Almost. Financial records were about as interesting to him as Sakura's lectures about proper kunai maintenance, which was to say, not at all. But one line caught his eye. Halfway down the second column, under a header labeled Discretionary Transfers Hawkage Authority, there was an entry that read, NUF 001 Namikaze Uzumaki Trust, Balance Transfer to General Operating. Authorization, Senju T. Naruto. Read it again, Namikaze Uzumaki Trust. His mouth went dry. He sat down on the dusty floor, right there between the collapsed shelf and the dripping pipe, and he read the entire scroll from beginning to end. It took him 40 minutes. He wasn't fast with numbers, he'd never been good at the academic side of things. And financial documents were written in a language designed to confuse, but he was stubborn. And he read each line 3 times until it made some kind of sense. The scroll was a detailed accounting ledger, covering a period of about 18 months. It documented a series of transfers from multiple Konoha funds into a single account labeled Goa 7, which, based on context clues in the margins, appeared to be some kind of general operating account with very loose oversight. Money had been moved from the Veterans Medical Fund, from the Orphan Welfare Program, from something called the Emergency Defense Reserve, and from the Namikaze Uzumaki Trust, which appeared multiple times, with transfers totaling a figure that Naruto had to count the zeros on 3 times to believe. The authorization on every single transfer was the same. Senju T. Tsunade. At the bottom of the scroll in smaller text was a reconciliation note. It described the disbursement of funds from GOA 7 to various external accounts, none of which were identified by name, only by coded numbers. But whoever had written the reconciliation note had included a single annotation next to the largest disbursement, perhaps out of habit or carelessness. Debt Settlement Tanzaku Quarter. Naruto knew what Tanzaku Quarter was. Everyone knew. It was the gambling district where Tsunade had famously lost fortunes before becoming Hokage. He'd been there with Jiraiya. He'd watched her lose money at cards with the kind of reckless abandon that made even the pervy sage wince. He sat on the floor of that dark, dripping basement, and he did the math. Tsunade had taken money from a fund with his family's name on it. She'd taken money from orphans and injured veterans. She'd funneled it through a slush account and used it to pay off gambling debts. His gambling debts. No. Her gambling debts, his money. His parents' money. The scroll trembled in his hands, and he realized his fingers were shaking. Not from cold, not from the dampness of the basement, from something hot and tight that was building in his chest like a fist closing around his heart. He thought about his apartment. The one with the leaky ceiling and the stove that only worked on one burner. The one in the district where nobody wanted to live, where the landlord charged him double because nobody else would rent to the demon kid. He'd lived there since he was old enough to be kicked out of the orphanage. He'd eaten expired ramen and worn clothes until they fell apart and taught himself to do laundry in the sink because the building's machines cost money he didn't have. And this whole time, there had been a trust fund. His parents, his father, the 4th Hokage, the man who'd saved the entire village, had left money for him. Enough money based on these numbers that he could have lived comfortably, could have had proper training equipment, could have eaten actual food. Tsunade had taken it to pay off card games. The Kyuubi's chakra stirred in his gut, hot and angry, responding to the emotion flooding through him. Naruto clenched his jaw and forced it down. Not now. He couldn't afford to lose control now. He rolled the scroll back up with careful, deliberate movements. He slid it back into its protective casing. He stood up, tucked the scroll inside his jacket, and walked toward the stairs. Halfway up, he stopped, went back down, spent 10 minutes checking the area where he'd found the scroll, looking for anything else that might be related. He found 2 more sealed documents. One was a requisition form for the GOA 7 account's creation, signed by Tsunade with Shizune as witness. And the other was a partial correspondence between Tsunade and someone whose name had been redacted, discussing the timeline for account reconciliation and evidence disposal. Evidence disposal, she knew what she'd done. She knew it was wrong, and she'd been planning to destroy the proof. Naruto took all 3 documents, sealed them inside a storage scroll of his own, one of the few useful things he'd learned from Iruka, and walked out of the basement. Tadashi, the records clerk, was eating lunch at his desk when Naruto came up the stairs. He looked up with mild surprise, as if he'd forgotten anyone was down there. "Oh, you're still here. How's it going down there?" "Fine," Naruto said. His voice sounded strange to his own ears. Flat, controlled. "I'm done for the day." "But you've still got, I'm done for the day." Something in his tone made Tadashi lean back slightly. "Right, okay, sure. I'll mark you down for a full shift." Naruto walked out of the building into the afternoon sun. Konoha bustled around him, civilians shopping, shinobi moving across rooftops, kids playing in the street. Normal life. The village his father had died to protect. The village that had taken his inheritance and spent it at a card table. He walked for a long time, not toward his apartment, not toward Ikaraku's, not toward the training grounds. He walked without direction, letting his feet carry him through streets he knew by heart, past buildings he'd seen every day of his life, through a village that had treated him like garbage for 13 years, and was only now, slowly, grudgingly beginning to acknowledge that maybe he wasn't a monster. He ended up at the memorial stone. Naruto stood in front of it, scanning the names carved into the polished surface. He found what he was looking for near the bottom of one of the panels. Namikaze Minato, just a name among hundreds. No special marking. No indication that this particular name belonged to the man who'd been Hokage, who'd defeated the Kyuubi, who'd sacrificed everything. "Hey, Dad," Naruto said quietly. The stone didn't answer. Stones never did. "I found something today. Something I think you'd be pretty angry about." He paused, shoved his hands into his pockets. "I'm pretty angry about it. I'm trying not to be. Iruka-sensei always says I should think before I act, and Kakashi-sensei says a shinobi who acts on emotion is a dead shinobi, so I'm trying to think." A breeze rustled the trees surrounding the memorial. Late afternoon light slanted through the leaves, painting everything gold and green. "The thing is, I've been thinking my whole life, thinking about why people hate me, thinking about what I did wrong, thinking about how to make them like me. And you know what all that thinking got me?" He laughed, short and bitter. "A crappy apartment and a stolen inheritance." He stared at his father's name for a long time. "I'm done thinking about what I did wrong. I'm going to start thinking about what I'm going to do right." He turned away from the stone and started walking toward the Hokage Tower. The sun was getting low, but Tsunade would still be in her office. She was always in her office at this hour, or more accurately, she was always avoiding the paperwork in her office at this hour, which amounted to the same thing. The walk took 15 minutes. Naruto used every one of them. He thought about what he knew. The financial documents were damning, but he wasn't naive enough to think that just waving them around would fix anything. Tsunade was the Hokage. She had power, authority, and when she wasn't drinking, a mind sharp enough to find ways out of tight corners. If he went in there angry and loud, the way old Naruto would have, she'd find a way to take the documents, silence him, and bury the whole thing. He thought about what he wanted. Not revenge. Revenge was pointless. It wouldn't give him back the years of loneliness, the empty stomach, the second-hand clothes. What he wanted was simpler and bigger than revenge. He wanted what was his inheritance. His father's techniques, his mother's legacy, proper training. Real resources. The things that had been denied to him not by accident, not by oversight, but by deliberate choices made by people who were supposed to protect him. And he wanted leverage. Because he'd learned something important in his years as the village pariah. People in Konoha didn't do the right thing because it was right. They did the right thing when the cost of doing the wrong thing was too high. He was going to make the cost very, very high. The Hokage Tower loomed above him, its curved roof catching the last of the daylight. 2 Chunin guards flanked the main entrance. They recognized Naruto. Everyone in Konoha recognized Naruto, and one of them rolled his eyes in a way that he probably thought was subtle. Hokage-sama is busy. The guard said before Naruto could speak, "She'll see me." "Kid, I just told you she'll see me, or I'll make enough noise that she comes down here herself. Your call." The guard opened his mouth, closed it, and exchanged a look with his partner. The partner shrugged. Naruto was known for being loud, persistent, and impossible to get rid of. It was easier to let him up than to deal with the scene he'd inevitably cause. "Third floor, don't touch anything." Naruto took the stairs 2 at a time. The tower was quiet at this hour. Most of the administrative staff had gone home, leaving the building with an echoing, hollow quality that made his footsteps sound too loud. He passed closed office doors and darkened windows, climbing steadily until he reached the Hokage's floor. Shizune was at her desk outside Tsunade's office, buried in paperwork. She looked up when she heard him coming, and her expression cycled through surprise, mild exasperation, and something almost like affection. She'd always been kind to him in her quiet way. "Naruto, what are you doing here?" "It's almost 6. I need to see Tsunade-bachan. She's finishing reports. Can it wait until—" "No." Shizune studied his face. Something in his expression must have registered as unusual, because her own face shifted, the mild exasperation fading into something more cautious, more attentive. "Is everything okay?" "That's what I'm here to find out." She held his gaze for a moment, then stood. "Let me check if she's available." She slipped through the office door, closing it behind her. Naruto heard muffled voices, Shizune's measured tone and Tsunade's louder, more irritable response. 30 seconds later, the door opened again. "She says 5 minutes, Shizune told him. "She'll want more than 5. "Naruto, it's fine, I'll go in." He walked past Shizune before she could object, pushed open the heavy wooden door to the Hokage's office, and stepped inside. The office was exactly as it always was. Big desk piled with papers. The hat hung on its stand by the window, the portraits of previous Hokage on the wall, including his father's face, looking down at the room with painted calm, bookshelves, file cabinets. The faint smell of sake that Tsunade thought she hid better than she did. Tsunade herself was behind the desk, pen in hand, looking at him with the expression she usually wore when he showed up unannounced, a mixture of fondness, annoyance, and the particular exhaustion reserved for people who were very good at being very tiresome. "Naruto, what do you want? And if this is about the training post incident again, I already told Iruka the punishment stands." "It's not about training posts." "Then what? I've got a mountain of procurement requests and a headache that could kill an elephant. Make it quick." Naruto closed the door behind him, quietly, deliberately. He heard Shizune's footsteps stop in the hallway. She was listening, probably. That was fine. She'd need to hear this too. He walked to the center of the room and stood in front of Tsunade's desk. He didn't sit in the chair that was available. He stood. "I was in the records building today," he said. "Basement, doing that punishment detail Iruka assigned me." Tsunade's pen kept moving across whatever document she was signing. "Thrilling. Is there a point coming?" "I found something. You found a lot of dusty paper. Congratulations." Naruto pulled the storage scroll from inside his jacket, unsealed it, and laid the 3 documents on Tsunade's desk. The financial ledger, the requisition form, the correspondence about evidence disposal. Tsunade's pen stopped moving. She didn't look at the documents right away. She looked at Naruto. Her amber eyes, usually warm with the particular glow of someone who'd had a drink or 3 by this hour, were suddenly sharp, clear. He could see the intelligence behind them, the razor mind that people sometimes forgot about because of the drinking and the gambling and the chest that distracted most of the male population of Konoha. Then she looked down at the papers. Naruto watched her read. He watched the color drain from her face in real time, starting at her cheeks and moving down her neck. He watched her fingers tighten on the edge of the desk until her knuckles went white. He watched the slight tremor in her jaw as she clenched her teeth. She read the financial ledger first, her eyes scanning the columns with the speed of someone who understood exactly what she was looking at. Then the requisition form, then the correspondence. She read each document twice. The room was silent except for the ticking of the clock on the wall and, very faintly, the sound of Shizyun breathing on the other side of the door. Tsunade set the last document down and leaned back in her chair. She folded her hands in her lap. Her face was blank, not calm, but carefully emptied of expression, the way a shinobi's face went blank when they were processing a situation that had gone catastrophically wrong. "Where did you find these?" Her voice was level. "Controlled, I told you. The basement." They were behind a collapsed shelf, sealed in a preservation case. Somebody hid them there. "Who else has seen them?" "Nobody, Naruto. Nobody, just me, and now you." Another silence. Tsunade's eyes flicked to the door. She knew Shizyun was there, could probably sense her chakra, and then back to Naruto. "These documents are classified," she said. "They belong to the Hokage's office. I'm going to need you to." "No." The word hung in the air between them like a kunai thrown into a wall. Tsunade's eyes narrowed. "Excuse me." I said no. "You don't get to take them. You don't get to classify them. You don't get to make them disappear." Naruto kept his voice steady. He'd practiced this on the walk over not the words, but the tone, calm, even the voice of someone who was not asking. "I know what those documents say. I know what you did. You took money from the Veterans Fund, the Orphan Fund, and my family's trust, and you used it to pay off gambling debts. You created a slush account to hide the transfers. You had Shizyun witness the paperwork, and you were planning to destroy the evidence." He could hear his own heartbeat, loud and steady. "That's my money, Tsunade. My parents' money, money that was supposed to take care of me. And you spent it at a card table in Tanzaku Quarter." Tsunade stood up. She did it slowly, placing both palms flat on the desk, rising to her full height. Even without heels, she was taller than him, for now and when she wanted to, she could project an aura of physical menace that had made Jounin back down. Her chakra flickered, heavy and sharp, a reminder that the woman standing across from him could flick a finger and put him through a wall. "You need to be very careful about what you say next," she said. Naruto didn't step back. He didn't flinch. He didn't look away from her eyes. "Or what? You'll hit me. You'll throw me out the window. You'll have me arrested." He tilted his head slightly. "For what? Finding evidence of embezzlement?" "I don't think that's a crime, Bachin, but I know what is." The chakra pressure in the room intensified. It was like standing at the bottom of a deep pool, weight pressing in from all sides. A year ago, 6 months ago, it would have buckled his knees, but Naruto had fought Gaara's demon. He'd stood in the path of Orochimaru's killing intent. He carried the 9-tailed fox in his belly. He knew what real pressure felt like. This wasn't it. "You're a genin," Tsunade said. "A child, you don't understand what you're—" "I understand math. I understand dates. I understand what debt settlement, Tanzaku Quarter, means. You want to explain to me what I'm not understanding? Go ahead. I'll wait." The silence that followed was the longest of Naruto's life. He could see the calculations happening behind Tsunade's eyes. She was running through options. He could practically watch her discard them one by one. Deny everything. The documents were right there in her own handwriting. Take them by force. He'd said nobody else had seen them, but she couldn't know if that was true. Threaten him? She was looking at a kid who'd charged headfirst at Gaara's full transformation. Intimidation wasn't going to cut it. Slowly, by degrees, the chakra pressure in the room eased. Tsunade sank back into her chair. She picked up the sake bottle on her desk, looked at it, and put it down without drinking. "Sit down, Naruto." "I'll stand." A muscle jumped in her jaw. "Fine, stand. What do you want? We'll get to that." "No, we'll get to it now. You came in here with documents and demands. Don't pretend this is anything other than what it is. So tell me what you want, and let's see if we can end this conversation before one of us does something stupid." Naruto almost smiled. Almost, because there it was, the negotiation. She wasn't denying it. She wasn't trying to explain it away. She jumped straight to "What's your price?" which told him everything he needed to know about how guilty she was. "I don't want to talk about demands yet," he said. "First, I want you to explain something to me. I want you to look me in the eye and tell me why." Tsunade's composure cracked. Just a fraction, a flicker of something raw and wounded crossing her face before she locked it down. "You don't need—" "I think I do." I think after 13 years of eating expired food in a one-room apartment while my inheritance sat in a fund that you raided like a piggy bank, I've earned an explanation. Don't you? Tsunade closed her eyes. The clock ticked. The pipe in the walls hummed. Outside, Konoha was settling into evening lights coming on, shops closing, families sitting down to dinner. It was during the first month, Tsunade said quietly. After I took office, after Sarutobi died. The village was in chaos. Half the infrastructure was destroyed from Orochimaru's attack. We had casualties we couldn't afford, and the reconstruction costs were. She shook her head. I was drowning. I hadn't been in the village for years. I didn't understand the systems, the budgets, the way things worked. I was drinking too much. I was gambling to cope, and there were debts. Old debts from before. Dangerous people. The kind who don't accept I'm the Hokage now, I'll pay you later. So you stole from orphans and veterans to pay off loan sharks. I diverted funds. Temporarily, the plan was always to put it back. Is that what you were going to say? Naruto's voice was quiet, but it cut. Because according to those documents, the transfers happened 18 months ago. And according to the current account balances, which are public record, by the way, I checked on the way here, the Namikaze Uzumaki Trust has a zero balance. The Veterans Medical Fund is running a deficit, and the Orphan Welfare Program cut services last quarter due to budget constraints. He paused. You never put it back. Tsunade didn't answer. You never put it back because you couldn't, because you lost more, because you always lose more, and every time you thought about facing what you'd done, you had another drink and told yourself you'd fix it tomorrow. That's enough. No, it's really not, because here's the thing that gets me. Naruto took a step closer to the desk. I could almost understand it, almost. People make mistakes, people panic. You were in over your head and you made a terrible choice, but you didn't just steal money, Tsunade, you stole my money. Specifically, you looked at a fund with my dead parents' names on it and you thought, yeah, the orphan Jinchuriki won't notice. You took from the one person in this village who had already had everything taken from him. Tsunade flinched, actually flinched like he'd hit her. That wasn't. She stopped herself, swallowed. I didn't think of it that way. I know you didn't. That's the problem. The room was quiet again. Naruto could feel the weight of the moment, the fulcrum point where everything balanced. He could push harder. He could twist the knife, say things that would really hurt, make her cry or rage or break. Part of him wanted to, but that wasn't what he was here for. Here's what's going to happen, Naruto said. I'm going to leave in a few minutes. I'm going to go home. Tomorrow, I'm going to come back and we're going to have a different conversation. A calmer one. I'm going to tell you what I need from you and you're going to listen. Not because I'm blackmailing you, I don't like that word, but because you owe me, you know you owe me. And because the alternative is that these documents end up on the desk of every council member, every clan head, and every newspaper editor in Fire Country. He reached across the desk and picked up the 3 documents, resealed them in his storage scroll, put the scroll back inside his jacket. I'm not going to tell anyone tonight, he said. I'm giving you time to sit with this, to think about it, because I'm not like the people who made decisions about my life without giving me any say. I'm giving you a say. You just need to understand that the final decision is mine. He turned toward the door. Naruto, he stopped. How do I know you won't? Because I just told you I won't, and unlike some people in this room, my word actually means something. He walked to the door, opened it, and stepped into the hallway. Shizune was standing 3 feet away, pale as rice paper, eyes wide. She'd heard everything, or enough of it. Naruto looked at her. She looked at him. 1,000 things passed between them in that moment: guilt, fear, understanding, the shared knowledge of a secret that could burn Konoha to its foundations. Good night, Shizune Nichin, Naruto said gently. Then he walked away. The hallway seemed longer going back. The stairs seemed steeper. The guards at the front entrance didn't say anything as he passed. Maybe they sensed something different about him, or maybe they just didn't care. Either way, he was outside, and the evening air was cool on his face, and the stars were just starting to appear above the Hokage monument. He walked home through quiet streets, past the ramen stand where Chuchai was wiping down the counter. past the academy where he'd failed the graduation exam twice before Uruka had given him his headband, past the park where he used to sit on the swings alone and watch the other kids get picked up by their parents. His apartment building loomed in front of him, ugly and squat and dark. He climbed the external staircase to his floor, unlocked his door, the lock stuck, as always, and stepped inside. One room, a kitchenette with a broken stove, a mattress on the floor, clothes in a pile because he didn't own a dresser. Instant ramen cups stacked on the counter like a small fortress. Naruto sat down on his mattress, put his back against the wall, and pulled the storage scroll from his jacket. He held it in both hands and stared at it. This small cylinder of paper and ink was, at this moment, the most powerful object in Konoha. More powerful than any jutsu, any weapon, any bloodline limit. It was the truth, and truth had a weight that could crush mountains. He thought about what Tsunade had said. About being drowning, about being desperate, about debts to dangerous people. He thought about the look on her face when she'd flinched, not the flinch of someone caught, but the flinch of someone who had just been forced to see something ugly about themselves that they'd been avoiding for years. He didn't feel sorry for her. Not yet. Maybe not ever. But he understood her in a way he hadn't expected to. Because Naruto knew what it was like to be desperate. He knew what it was like to make bad choices because the weight of the world was on your shoulders and nobody was helping you carry it. The difference was that, when he made bad choices, the only person who got hurt was him. When Tsunade made bad choices, orphans went hungry and veterans didn't get medical care, and a kid with nothing had the last thing he didn't even know he had stolen from him. That was the difference between having power and not having it. When you had power, your mistakes crushed other people. Naruto leaned his head back against the wall and closed his eyes. Tomorrow he'd go back. Tomorrow he'd lay out his terms. He'd thought about them on the walk, not all of them, but the shape of them. He didn't want money, although the money was owed to him. Money was just paper, and he'd survived without it this long. What he wanted was bigger. He wanted access to his father's jutsu library. He knew it existed. Jiraiya had mentioned it once, casually, as if it were common knowledge, before catching himself and changing the subject. Minato Namikaze had been a genius, a seal master, the creator of the Rasengan and the Hiraishin. His techniques, his notes, his research, they existed somewhere, and Naruto wanted them. He wanted proper training. Not the half-hearted, part-time instruction he'd been getting. Kakashi was a good teacher when he bothered to show up, but he spread himself thin across the whole team and spent most of his energy on Sasuke before Sasuke left. Naruto wanted dedicated, serious, no-holds-barred training from someone who would push him to his absolute limits. He wanted his status recognized. The village knew him as Naruto Uzumaki, dead last prankster, demon container. They didn't know him as the son of the fourth Hokage. That had been kept from him ostensibly for his protection, but he was starting to wonder if it had been for the village's convenience. A nameless orphan was easy to ignore. The Yondame's son was a political reality that would have required acknowledgement, resources, and responsibility from people who wanted to provide none of those things. He wanted a seat at the table, not the kids' table, the real one, where decisions were made about the village, about its future, about the things that actually mattered, and he wanted Tsunade to train him personally. Medical jutsu, chakra control, whatever she could teach. Not because he particularly cared about becoming a medic, but because Tsunade Senju was one of the 3 legendary Sannin, and having her invest her time and expertise in his development was both practically valuable and symbolically important. These were not small asks. He knew that. They were the kind of demands that would fundamentally change his position in the village, elevating him from forgotten orphan to recognized heir, from neglected genin to seriously trained shinobi. But they were also, every single one of them, things that should have been his all along. He wasn't asking for special treatment. He was asking for the treatment that had been stolen from him. That was the part that kept the guilt at bay. Because there was guilt, a small, stubborn knot of it lodged behind his sternum. He'd seen Tsunade's face. He'd heard the crack in her voice. She was a flawed person who'd done a terrible thing, and he was about to use that terrible thing to force her hand. That wasn't heroic. It wasn't the kind of thing the future Hawkeye was supposed to do. But the future Hawkeye also wasn't supposed to grow up hungry in a village that hated him while his inheritance paid for someone else's poker games. So maybe the rules of what a Hawkeye was supposed to do needed some revision. Naruto set the scroll down on his mattress beside him, laid back, and stared at the cracked ceiling of his apartment. Tomorrow was going to be a very interesting day. He slept badly. Dreams, he couldn't quite remember fragments of his father's face on the monument, of cards turning on a table, of dark water rising in a basement. He woke up twice, checked that the scroll was still there, and forced himself back to sleep. When dawn came, gray and soft through his window, he was already awake. He went through his morning routine on autopilot, brushed his teeth, washed his face, put on clean clothes, his orange jacket, because it was what he had, and because showing up in something different would signal that he thought today was special. He didn't want Tsunade to think he'd been up all night agonizing. He wanted her to think he'd slept like a baby. That this was, for him, straightforward. He ate a cup of ramen for breakfast. The irony of eating cheap instant noodles on the morning he was going to demand his stolen fortune was not lost on him. He left his apartment at 8 and walked to the Hawkeye Tower. The village was waking up around him, shopkeepers opening shutters, early bird Genin heading to training grounds, a squad of Chunin jogging past on their way to a shift change. Normal morning. Normal village. Nobody looked at him twice. The guards at the tower were different from last night morning shift. One of them actually nodded to him as he approached, which was unusual enough to be notable. Hawkeye-sama said you were expected, the guard told him. Go on up. So she'd told them. She'd known he was coming. She'd prepared. Good. He wanted her prepared. He wanted her to have spent the night thinking about this, turning it over, examining her options. He wanted her to arrive at the same conclusion he already had, that cooperation was the only path that didn't end in mutual destruction. He climbed the stairs. The morning sunlight came through the tower's windows in long golden bars, warming the stone steps. Somewhere on the second floor, a clerk was already arguing with someone about requisition forms. Bureaucracy never slept. Shizune was at her desk again. She looked like she hadn't slept at all, dark circles under her eyes, hair less than perfectly arranged, a cup of tea in front of her that had gone cold. When she saw Naruto, she stood up immediately. Naruto, before you go in, I need to— It's okay, Shizune-nichan. No, listen to me. She stepped closer, lowering her voice. I was part of it. I witnessed the documents. I knew what she was doing and I didn't stop her. Whatever you're going to ask for in there, whatever you're going to demand, I want you to know that I'm sorry. I should have said something. I should have. You're loyal to her, Naruto said. I get it. Loyalty makes people do dumb things. He gave her a small smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. I've charged headfirst into about 50 situations I shouldn't have because of loyalty. I'm not going to throw stones. Shizune's eyes glistened. She pressed her lips together, nodded, and sat back down. She's waiting for you. Naruto walked to the office door. He took one breath deep, steady, filling his lungs with the kind of air you breathe before you jump off a cliff. Then he opened the door and walked in. Tsunade was standing by the window, not sitting at her desk. Standing with her back to the room, looking out at the village. The morning light hit her from the front, putting her face in silhouette but illuminating the Hawkeye monument behind her, 5 faces carved in stone, one of them his father's. She turned when she heard him enter. She looked terrible. Not physically, the transformation jutsu she wore was as flawless as ever, keeping her appearance young and vital. But her eyes were red-rimmed, and there was a quality to her stillness that spoke of a very long and very difficult night. She'd been crying or drinking, probably both. Close the door, she said. He did. Sit down. He sat. This time he took the chair. This was going to be a longer conversation. Tsunade moved from the window to her desk but didn't sit. She stood behind her chair, gripping its back, and looked at him with an expression he couldn't quite read. It was somewhere between exhaustion, defiance, and the raw vulnerability of someone who had been stripped bare and was trying very hard to hold together. "I've been up all night," she said. "Thinking about what you said, about what I did, about what happens next." She paused. "I have things I want to say. I'd appreciate it if you let me finish before we get into whatever terms you've prepared." Naruto nodded. "Go ahead. You were right about everything. I took that money because I was desperate and weak, and I made the same stupid choice I've made my entire life. I gambled, and I lost, and I let other people pay for my losses. The fact that one of those people was you—" Her voice wavered. She steadied it. "That's something I'm going to carry for the rest of my life, and I deserve to carry it." She came around the desk and sat on its edge, closer to him. Her hands were in her lap. The nails were bitten short, a nervous habit she usually hid. "I could make excuses. I could tell you about the threats I was facing, the debts, the people who would have burned this village's intelligence networks if I hadn't paid. And those things are true. But they don't make what I did okay. Nothing makes it okay." Naruto listened. He didn't interrupt. "I want you to know something. When I took the money from your fund, I told myself it didn't matter because you didn't know about it. You didn't know you had a trust. You didn't know who your parents were. I told myself I wasn't taking something from you because you never had it in the first place." She looked at the floor. "That's the worst part. That's the thing that kept me up all night, because that logic, that reasoning is the same logic this village has used to justify everything it's ever done to you. He doesn't know, so it doesn't count. He's just a kid, so it doesn't matter. He's the Jinchuriki, so he's not really a person anyway." She looked up at him, and her eyes were bright with unshed tears. "I became the thing I swore I wouldn't be. I became another person who decided your pain didn't count." The room was very quiet. Naruto felt something shift in his chest. Not forgiveness, not yet, maybe not ever fully, but something adjacent to it. Recognition, maybe. The acknowledgement that the person sitting in front of him was not a monster, but a human being who had done a monstrous thing and was, finally, actually looking at it. "Thank you for saying that," he said. Tsunade wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. Quick, almost angry, furious at herself for the tears. "Don't thank me. I don't deserve your gratitude. I deserve your terms, so let's hear them." Naruto reached into his jacket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. He'd written his demands down last night, between bouts of restless sleep, in his messy handwriting on the back of a takeout menu from Ikaraku's. He unfolded it and set it on the desk. "Here's what I want," he said. And the morning light poured through the windows of the Hokage's office, and the village bustled outside, and somewhere on the monument, the stone face of the fourth Hokage looked out over everything with the serene calm of a man who had trusted that his sacrifice would be honored. It hadn't been. But his son was going to make damn sure it was from now on. Chapter 2. Terms and conditions. The takeout menu sat between them like a bomb with a lit fuse. Tsunade stared at it, at the grease stain in the corner, the Ikaraku ramen logo on the back, and Naruto's cramped handwriting filling every available inch of white space. She almost laughed. Almost. The most consequential political document in Konoha's recent history, and it was written on the back of a menu advertising the miso pork special. "You couldn't find actual paper," she said. "I used what I had." She picked it up and read. Naruto watched her eyes move down the list. He'd organized it roughly into categories, though his handwriting made the divisions hard to follow. He'd spent most of the night working on it, crossing things out, adding others, trying to separate what he actually needed from what anger alone was demanding. He'd been ruthless with himself. Every item on that list had earned its place. Tsunade's expression didn't change as she read. That in itself was telling. She was in Hokage mode now, the version of herself that assessed situations tactically, that weighed costs and benefits, that treated emotion as a variable to be managed rather than experienced. He preferred this version. The crying version from a few minutes ago had been harder to deal with than he wanted to admit. She set the menu down. "Let me make sure I understand this correctly," she said. "You want full access to the Namikaze estate, including all personal effects, documents, jutsu scrolls, and research materials. You want your identity as Minato Namikaze's son formally acknowledged, and your legal name updated to Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki. You want an accelerated assessment for special Jounin rank. You want dedicated training resources, including personal instruction from me. And you want a seat on the village advisory council as the Namikaze clan representative. That's the summary, yeah. You're 13. And you're a gambling addict who stole from orphans. We've all got our limitations. The words landed like a slap. Tsunade's jaw tightened, but she didn't fire back. She looked at the list again, tapping one finger against the desk in a rhythm that suggested she was counting something, probably the political headaches each item would generate. Some of these are straightforward, she said. The estate access, the identity acknowledgement, those are things you're legally entitled to regardless of this situation. Your father's will was sealed by the third Hokage, but the provisions in it are clear. The estate and its contents were always meant to pass to you when you came of age or when your identity was revealed. I can authorize early release. Good, next. The name change is bureaucratic, tedious but doable. I can push it through in a week. 3 days. Her eye twitched. Fine. 3 days. The training resources, what specifically are you asking for? Naruto leaned forward. This was the part he'd thought about most carefully. I want 3 things. First, I want access to every training ground in the village, including the restricted ones. No more being told I can't use a facility because it's reserved for clan members or Jounin. Second, I want a training stipend equipment, supplies, whatever I need, charged to the Hokage's discretionary budget. Third, and this is the big one, I want you to personally train me in chakra control and medical jutsu fundamentals. 2 hours a day minimum, non-negotiable. Tsunade leaned back. You want me to train you personally? Yes. I'm the Hokage. I run a village. I don't have 2 free hours a day. You have 2 hours a day for sake and cards. Reallocate. Something flickered behind her eyes that might have been anger or might have been grudging respect. She folded her arms. Medical jutsu requires extremely precise chakra control. You, and I'm not saying this to be cruel, have historically had the worst chakra control of any shinobi I've encountered. The Kyuubi's interference alone makes fine manipulation nearly impossible. Nearly isn't the same as actually, and my chakra control has gotten better since the Rasengan training. I'm not asking you to make me a combat medic overnight. I'm asking you to teach me the fundamentals so I can build on them. Why medical jutsu? You're not the healer type. Naruto held her gaze. Because my mother was a Jinchuriki too. And from what I've been able to piece together, the Uzumaki clan had techniques for using their life force and chakra to heal, seal, and sustain. Medical jutsu is the foundation for understanding all of that. I'm not trying to become you. I'm trying to become me, but I need the tools. Tsunade studied him with fresh eyes. He could feel the reassessment happening, the recalibration of who she thought he was versus who was sitting in front of her. You've been researching your clan, she said. I've been doing a lot of things nobody noticed. She was quiet for a moment, then nodded slowly. Fine, 2 hours a day, I'll rearrange my schedule, but I'm warning you I don't go easy on students. Sakura can tell you that. I'm not looking for easy, I'm looking for effective. And the Jounin assessment? I want to be evaluated for special Jounin rank within 6 months. Not standard promotion, a skills-based assessment judged by a panel of active Jounin. If I pass, I get the rank. If I don't, I train harder and try again. I'm not asking you to hand me anything. I'm asking you to give me the chance to earn it. Special Jounin in 6 months is ambitious. So was sealing a tailed beast inside a newborn, and my dad managed that. Tsunade's mouth pressed into a thin line, but she didn't argue. And the council seat? The Namikaze clan held a seat on the advisory council before my father's death. When he died and the clan line was considered extinct, the seat was dissolved. I want it reinstated. You're the last surviving member. One person doesn't constitute a clan presence. The Senju have exactly 1 surviving member and they hold a seat. You're sitting in it. That one landed. Tsunade's fingers stopped their tapping. She stared at him with an expression that hovered somewhere between admiration and irritation, the particular look of someone who had just been outmaneuvered and was self-aware enough to know it. The council won't accept a genin sitting among them, she said. Even a namikaze genin. They will when I'm a special jounin. The seat doesn't have to be activated immediately. Reinstate it in principle, and I'll fill it when I've earned the rank. In the meantime, I attend council sessions as an observer. I sit in the room, I listen, I learn. You've really thought about this? I've had 13 years of being left out of decisions that affected my life. Yeah, I've thought about it. Tsunade stood up from the desk's edge and walked to the window. She stood there for almost a full minute, looking out at the village, arms crossed, shoulders tight. Naruto let her think. Pushing now would be counterproductive. She needed to arrive at the decision herself, needed to feel like she was making a choice rather than being cornered, even if she was, in fact, being cornered. There are things on this list I can do quietly, she said without turning around. The estate access, the training, the assessment, those can be handled within my authority without raising too many flags. The identity reveal and the council seat are different. Those are public. Those will generate questions. Questions you can manage. Questions that Danzo will use. She turned to face him. You know who Danzo is? Old man with bandages, runs route, thinks he should be Hawkage. That's the surface. Underneath it, he's the most dangerous political operator in this village. He's been looking for leverage against me since the day I took office. If I suddenly reveal Minato's son and start granting him unprecedented access and authority, Danzo will know something is off. He'll dig. And if he finds what you found, he'll have leverage on both of us. Worse, he'll have leverage on me and a reason to eliminate you. A namikaze heir with political ambitions is a direct threat to his own path to the Hawkage seat. Right now, he tolerates you because you're a useful weapon the village Jinchuriki, controllable, expendable. The moment you become a political player, you become an obstacle. Naruto considered this. He'd thought about Danzo vaguely, in the abstract way you think about a figure who lurks in the background of village politics. But Tsunade was describing something more immediate, more personal. So what are you suggesting? He asked. I'm not suggesting anything. I'm telling you the landscape. You came in here with demands, and most of them are reasonable, and I'm going to meet them because I owe you that, and because the alternative is worse. But if we do this badly, if we're clumsy or obvious, we won't just be dealing with political embarrassment. We'll be dealing with Shimura Danzo, and that man has buried threats more serious than a 13-year-old with a storage scroll. Naruto stood up from his chair and walked to the window beside her. They looked out at Konoha together, the rooftops, the streets, the monument, the spreading green of the forests beyond the walls. Two people who had every reason to be enemies, standing side by side, staring at the thing they both cared about. I'm not afraid of Danzo, Naruto said. You should be. No, I shouldn't, because being afraid of people like him is exactly how this village ended up the way it is. Everyone's so scared of Danzo, so scared of the council, so scared of rocking the boat that they let things happen. They let him operate route under everyone's nose. They let the council cover up what really happened the night my father died. They let an old man's paranoia drive policy for decades. He looked at her. You let fear of your own exposure stop you from fixing what you broke. Fear is the problem. I'm done with it. Tsunade searched his face for bluster, for the naive bravado of a child who didn't understand what he was saying. She didn't find it. When did you grow up? She asked quietly. Sometime between sleeping in a room where the ceiling leaks on my face and finding out my Hawkage stole my dead parents' money. The timeline's a little fuzzy. The ghost of a smile crossed Tsunade's face. Grim but real. All right, she said. Here's what I'm prepared to do. She walked back to her desk, sat down properly this time in the chair behind the desk in the position of authority, and pulled a blank sheet of paper from a drawer. Real paper, not a takeout menu, estate access, granted immediately. I'll have the seals removed from the Namikaze compound this afternoon. You'll have full, unrestricted access to everything inside, including the jutsu library, the personal effects, and the financial records, what's left of them. She wrote as she spoke, quick and precise. Identity acknowledgement. I'll prepare the official documentation today. Public announcement within 3 days, as you requested. The story will be that the information was kept classified for your protection during childhood, and that you've now reached sufficient maturity and skill level to handle the political implications. That's close enough to the truth. Fine. Training. You'll have unrestricted access to all village training facilities, effective immediately. I'll establish a training stipend from the Hawkage discretionary fund, and I'll personally train you 2 hours daily, beginning tomorrow morning, 5 a.m. 5 a.m.? You said you weren't looking for easy. Fair enough. Down an assessment, I'll authorize a special evaluation track, 6-month timeline. The panel will be selected by me, and it will be fair. I'm not going to stack it in your favor or against you. You pass on your own merits or you don't pass. That's all I'm asking. Council seat, reinstated in principle, contingent on achieving special Jounin rank. In the meantime, you attend sessions as an observer under my authority. You watch and listen. You do not speak unless spoken to. Not because I'm trying to silence you, but because council politics is a battlefield, and charging in without understanding the terrain will get you killed. Naruto thought about that. It wasn't ideal. He wanted a voice, not just ears. But the logic was sound, and pushing for more right now would be overplaying his hand. Agreed, he said. For now. Tsunade set down her pen and looked at what she'd written. Then she looked at him. There's one more thing, she said. The money itself. The funds I took from your trust and the other accounts. I owe a debt, and I intend to repay it. I can't do it immediately. The sums involved are significant, and pulling that kind of money from any budget will raise exactly the kind of flags we're trying to avoid. But I will establish a structured repayment plan, funded from my personal assets and future earnings, that will restore the Namikaze Uzumaki Trust to its full value within 5 years. Plus interest, reasonable interest. And the Veterans Fund and the Orphan Program? Tsunade hesitated. This was the part that went beyond their personal arrangement, the part that involved other victims, other debts. I'll restore those as well, she said. Same timeline, and I'll institute new oversight procedures to prevent anything like this from happening again. Independent auditing, dual authorization requirements for large transfers, quarterly reports to the Council Finance Committee. Good. She pushed the paper across the desk to him. Read it. If it matches what we discussed, I'll formalize it as an executive order sealed, classified between us. If I violate any of the terms, the seal breaks and the document becomes public record automatically. Naruto picked up the paper and read it carefully. Every word. He'd learned that lesson: always read the fine print, because the fine print was where people hid the knives. It was clean. Straightforward. Everything they'd discussed, clearly stated with specific timelines and conditions. She hadn't tried to slip in any loopholes. One addition, he said. If anything happens to me, if I disappear, if I'm reassigned to some distant outpost, if I have an accident, the original documents I found get released automatically. I've made arrangements. Tsunade's eyes narrowed. You've had these documents for less than 24 hours. What arrangements could you possibly have made? Shadow clones are useful for more than just training. It was a bluff. He hadn't actually made any dead man's switch arrangements. He'd thought of it at about 3 in the morning and hadn't had time to implement it. But the bluff was better than admitting vulnerability, and Tsunade had no way to call it. Fine, she said. I'll add the clause. Anything else? Naruto set the paper back on the desk. No, that covers it. Tsunade pulled the paper back, added the final clause, and then performed a series of hand signs over the document. Chakra flowed from her fingers into the paper, sealing it with a pattern that Naruto recognized as a standard binding contract seal, the kind used for S-rank mission agreements and international treaties. The paper glowed blue for a moment, then settled. It's done, she said. Sign at the bottom. He signed. She countersigned. The seal pulsed once, acknowledging both chakra signatures, and then faded to a faint watermark on the paper's surface. I'll have a copy sealed in the Hawkage's vault and deliver the original to you by this evening, Tsunade said. She paused, looking at the signed document. You know, your father used to sit in that same chair during his meetings with the Third. He had the same habit you do, leaning forward when he wanted something, sitting back when he'd already gotten it. Naruto realized he had, in fact, leaned back in the chair. He didn't correct his posture. "I wouldn't know," he said. "Nobody ever told me anything about him." The barb found its mark. Tsunade looked away, and the silence that followed was thick with the specific flavor of guilt that clings to adults who failed a child and know it. "The estate compound is on the eastern ridge," she said, her voice back to business. "Behind the Hyuuga district, on the other side of the reservoir. It's been sealed since the night of the Kyuubi attack. I'll send an Anbu team to remove the barrier seals this afternoon. You'll be able to enter by evening. I'll go now." "The seals won't be. I'll wait there." He stood up, tucked the takeout menu into his pocket. He was keeping that, whatever happened, and walked toward the door. "Naruto," he stopped. Second time she'd called his name as he was leaving, he turned back. Tsunade was still sitting behind her desk, the signed contract in front of her, the morning light catching the wet tracks on her cheeks that she hadn't quite managed to wipe away. "I'm sorry," she said. "Not because you have leverage on me, not because I'm afraid of what you'll do. I'm sorry because you deserved better than what this village gave you, and I made it worse. That's the truth, and I'll live with it whether you forgive me or not." He looked at her for a long moment. The Hokage, the legendary sucker. The woman who'd healed his body more than once and broken his trust in a way that might never fully mend. "Prove it," he said. "Not with words, prove it." Then he left. The morning air hit him like a splash of cold water as he stepped out of the tower. The sun was fully up now, bright and warm, and the village was alive with activity, the bustle of a hidden village going about its business, blissfully unaware that the political landscape had just shifted beneath its feet. Naruto took a deep breath, let it out slowly, and started walking east. The path to the eastern ridge took him through the heart of the village, past market stalls and tea houses, and the academy, where a new class of students was doing laps around the building under a teacher's supervision. Little kids, 8 or 9 years old, running with the kind of breathless, graceless energy that he remembered from his own academy days. One of them tripped, fell, skinned a knee, and started crying. The teacher hurried over. Naruto kept walking. The Hyuuga district was quiet as always. High walls, immaculate gardens, the faint hum of old barrier seals that kept outsiders from seeing in. A branch member was sweeping the entrance gate and gave Naruto a look not hostile, exactly, but assessing, the Byakugan flashing briefly before the sweeping resumed. Past the Hyuuga district, the road narrowed and climbed. The reservoir appeared on his left, its surface mirror still in the morning calm. Beyond it, the terrain rose sharply, a wooded ridge that overlooked the village from the east, dotted with old growth trees and, if you knew where to look, the overgrown remnants of what had once been a residential compound. Naruto found it more by instinct than navigation. A stone pathway, almost entirely reclaimed by grass and moss, led from the reservoir rode up the ridge to a gate set into a stone wall. The gate was iron, heavy, and covered in seal script that pulsed with a faint blue light the barrier Tsunade had mentioned. Beyond it, through the bars, he could see a traditional compound. Several buildings arranged around a central courtyard, a small garden gone wild with neglect, and a main house with a curved roof and wide ingawa, his parents' home. Naruto wrapped his hands around the iron bars of the gate and pressed his forehead against the cold metal. Through the barrier seals, he could feel the faint residue of his father's chakra preserved in the seals like an insect in amber, still recognizable even after 14 years. It felt warm. Steady, a little bit sad. "I'm here, Dad," he said quietly. "Took me long enough." He sat down on the stone pathway with his back against the gate and settled in to wait for the Anbu team. The morning sun filtered through the trees, dappling the ground with shifting patterns of light and shadow. Birds sang. The reservoir glinted below. For the first time in 24 hours, Naruto felt something close to peace. It lasted about 15 minutes. "Yo!" the voice came from above. Naruto looked up to find Kakashi perched on a tree branch like a particularly lazy heron, his orange book open in one hand, his visible eye curved in its characteristic not-quite-smile. "Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing here?" "I was going to ask you the same thing. This area's been restricted since before you were born." He dropped from the branch, landing silently on the path. "The Hawkage sent a message to my apartment 20 minutes ago, something about being your escort for an estate access authorization." She was light on details. He paused, studying Naruto with the particular attention of a man who survived by reading people. "Want to fill me in?" Naruto looked at his former teacher. Of all the people in this village, Kakashi was the one who should have been there for him from the beginning. Student of the fourth Hokage. His father's most trusted protege, the man who had, quite literally, been the closest thing to family that Naruto had in the entire world and who had chosen for 13 years not to be. "You knew," Naruto said, "about my parents, about whose son I was." Kakashi's book lowered. Half an inch, then all the way to his side. His eye lost its casual curve. "Yes." "Why didn't you tell me?" The third Hokage ordered. Don't give me that. You were Minato Namikaze's student, his apprentice. You were there when I was born. You knew my mother. You were on the Anbu team that guarded me as an infant. And in 13 years, you never once looked at me and thought, maybe the kid deserves to know who his father was. Kakashi was quiet for a long time. The book disappeared into his pouch. He leaned against the wall beside the gate, hands in his pockets, and for once he didn't look lazy or casual or detached. He looked tired, not physically, something deeper. "I thought about it every day," he said. "That doesn't count." "No, it doesn't," he sighed. "Your father made enemies. Powerful ones. Iwa still has a standing bounty on anyone with Namikaze blood. Kumo would have tried to take you for your mother's bloodline abilities. Even within the village, there were people who would have used you as a political tool before you were old enough to defend yourself. The third's decision to seal your identity wasn't arbitrary. It was protection. Was it protection when I was eating out of garbage cans at age 6? Was it protection when the villagers threw rocks at me on my birthday? Was it protection when I went through the entire academy without a single adult telling me that my father was a hero and my mother was the most powerful kunoichi of her generation? Each question hit Kakashi like a physical blow. Naruto could see at the micro flinches, the tightening around his visible eye, the way his shoulders drew in incrementally with each accusation. "No," Kakashi said. "It wasn't. So why?" "Because I was broken, Naruto. I'd lost my team. I'd lost my teacher. I'd lost Rin and Obito and every person I'd ever cared about. And when I looked at you, this tiny baby with Minato's face and Kushina's eyes, I couldn't do it. I couldn't be close to you without drowning in what I'd lost. So I stayed away. I told myself it was for the best, that you were better off without another traumatized shinobi in your life, that the Anbu would protect you and the village would take care of you. The village didn't take care of me. I know that now. I should have known it then." The gate was cold against Naruto's back. The sun had moved, shifting the pattern of shadows on the ground. A bird landed on the wall above them, considered the two humans below, and flew away. "I'm not going to pretend that's okay," Naruto said. "Because it's not. You failed me. You, the third Hokage, Jiraiya, Tsunade every adult who knew the truth about me and chose silence over action. You all failed me. Yes, but I'm not here to punish you for it. I'm here because things are changing, and I'm the one changing them. I'm going to access my father's estate today. I'm going to claim my inheritance. I'm going to train in his techniques and my mother's techniques, and I'm going to become what I should have been all along. What I need to know is whether you're going to help me or get in my way." Kakashi looked at him for a long moment. Then he reached up, pulled his headband away from his left eye, and looked at Naruto with both eyes, the dark one and the Sharingan, spinning lazily in its socket. "Your father gave me this eye," he said. "Not directly, it's a long story, but the responsibility that comes with it is the same. I owe him a debt I can never repay, and I owe you a debt that's almost as large." He pulled the headband back down. "I'll help you. Not because you're forcing my hand and not out of guilt, although there's plenty of that. But because it's the right thing to do, and I should have done it a long time ago, Naruto nodded. Then start by telling me everything you know about the Hiraishin. Kakashi blinked. The Flying Thunder God, you want to learn my father's signature technique? The jutsu that made him faster than anyone in history. Yeah, I want to learn it. Naruto, the Hiraishin is one of the most complex space-time ninjutsu ever created. It requires mastery of sealing, spatial manipulation, and chakra channeling at a level that most jounin never achieve. Your father spent years developing it, and his notes are in that library. Naruto jerked his thumb toward the gate behind him. Along with however many prototypes, failed experiments, and instructional materials he left behind, I'm not saying I'll master it tomorrow, I'm saying I'm going to start. Something shifted in Kakashi's expression. The weariness was still there, but underneath it, something else was surfacing, something that looked almost like excitement. The expression of a teacher who had just realized that his student might actually be capable of something extraordinary. You're serious about this? Kakashi said, dead serious. Then there's something you should know. The Hiraishin wasn't just a jutsu, it was a system. Your father built it on a foundation of Uzumaki sealing arts. The spatial manipulation formula was adapted from a transportation seal that your mother's clan used during the Warring States period. If you want to learn the Hiraishin, you don't just need your father's jutsu library. You need your mother's sealing knowledge too. Is that in the estate? Some of it. Kushina kept extensive records, but the deeper Uzumaki sealing arts were stored in Uzushiagakure, and that village was destroyed decades ago. Whatever survived is scattered across the continent. Then I'll find it, but I start with what's here. The sound of approaching footsteps interrupted them. Two Anbu appeared at the base of the path, one in a cat mask, one in a hawk mask, moving with the silent efficiency of elite operatives. They stopped at a respectful distance, and the cat-masked one addressed Kakashi. Hatake-san, we've been dispatched by Hokage-sama to remove the barrier seals on the Namikaze estate. We were told you'd be here. That's right, Kakashi said. Go ahead. The two Anbu moved to the gate and began the process of dismantling the barrier. It was delicate work. 14 years of accumulated seal reinforcement had to be unraveled layer by layer, like peeling an onion made of solidified chakra. Naruto watched with genuine interest, paying attention to the hand signs and the flow of energy. Sealing was going to be important to him going forward. Everything was data now. While they work, Kakashi said quietly, stepping closer to Naruto, there's something else you should know. The third Hokage kept a classified file on you, a complete accounting of every decision made regarding your upbringing, your identity seal, your living arrangements. It was supposed to be reviewed by each successive Hokage. Tsunade has it. She should. Whether she's reviewed it or not is another question. But that file contains details about threats to you that were neutralized, political negotiations regarding your status, and this is important records of who knew what about your identity and when. It could be useful. Naruto filed that away. I'll ask her about it. The Anbu finished their work with a final pulse of chakra that rippled through the gate like a stone dropped in water. The blue glow of the barrier seals faded, flickered, and died. The gate swung open an inch under its own weight, hinges groaning with years of disuse. Naruto put his hand on the iron and pushed. The gate opened onto a courtyard that was both beautiful and heartbreaking. Beautiful because the bones of the place were elegant, clean architectural lines, careful proportions, the kind of thoughtful design that spoke of people who cared about where they lived. Heartbreaking because 14 years of neglect had taken their toll. The garden was a jungle of overgrowth. Roof tiles had shifted and cracked. Leaves and debris had accumulated in drifts against the walls. A small koi pond in the center of the courtyard had long since gone dry, its basin filled with dead leaves, but the buildings were intact. The preservation seals that had been part of the barrier had done their job. The wood wasn't rotten. The walls were sound, and through the windows, Naruto could see rooms that looked frozen in time, as if their occupants had simply stepped out and forgotten to come back. He walked across the courtyard to the main house. His footsteps on the stone pathway were the first human sounds this place had heard in 14 years. Behind him, Kakashi followed at a respectful distance. The Anbu remained at the gate. The front door was unlocked. Naruto slid it open and stepped inside. The smell hit him first. Not decay, the preservation seals had prevented that. Something older and more subtle. Dust, yes, but underneath it, the ghost of something warm. Cooking spices. Soap, the faintest trace of perfume, his mother's perfume. Naruto stood in the entryway and breathed. The main room was a living space, tatami mats, a low table, cushions arranged for sitting. A bookshelf along one wall, filled with a mix of novels, technical manuals, and what appeared to be Uzumaki clan histories. A framed photograph on the shelf above the fireplace. He walked to the photograph and picked it up. Two people. A man with spiky blonde hair and blue eyes and a grin that Naruto saw every time he looked in a mirror. A woman with long red hair and a round face, and a smile so warm it practically radiated heat through the glass. They were standing in this very room, in front of this very fireplace, and the woman's hand was resting on her belly in the unmistakable gesture of a mother-to-be, his parents. Before he was born, in their home. Naruto held the photograph with both hands and stared at it until the edges went blurry. He blinked, and his cheeks were wet, and he didn't wipe them away. Some things you were allowed to cry about. This was one of them. Kakashi appeared in the doorway behind him, saw what he was holding, and stopped. He didn't say anything. He just leaned against the door frame and waited, and if his own visible eye was suspiciously bright, neither of them acknowledged it. After a while, Naruto set the photograph back on the shelf, gently, and wiped his face with his sleeve. "Where's the Jutsu library?" he asked. His voice was rough but steady. "Basement level," Kakashi said. "Your father was paranoid about security. The library is behind a blood seal. Only a Namikaze or Uzumaki can open it. Follow me." They moved through the house. Naruto caught glimpses of other rooms as they passed a kitchen with dishes still in the drying rack, a bedroom with the futon neatly made, a nursery that had been half finished, one wall painted orange, his mother's choice, he was certain, without knowing how he knew. Each room was a piece of a life he'd never gotten to live, preserved in amber, waiting for someone who never came home. The entrance to the basement was hidden behind a panel in the hallway. Kakashi showed him the release mechanism, a pressure point disguised as a decorative nail head, and the panel slid aside to reveal a staircase descending into darkness. Naruto bit his thumb, smeared blood on the seal plate at the top of the stairs, and felt the lock disengage with a deep, resonant click. Lights flickered on below, seal-powered, still functional after all these years. Uzumaki craftsmanship. The library was bigger than he'd expected. It wasn't a room, it was a hall. 3 long aisles of shelving, floor to ceiling, packed with scrolls, bound notebooks, loose papers, sealed containers, and what appeared to be prototype seal arrays mounted on display frames. A large work desk dominated one end of the space, covered in half-finished projects and writing implements. The walls were lined with diagrams, jutsu formulas, seal schematics, chakra pathway maps pinned up with the organized chaos of a genius at work. "Oh," Naruto said. "Yeah," Kakashi said. "Your father was thorough." Naruto walked down the first aisle, running his fingers along the spines of scrolls and notebooks. Labels jumped out at him: Rasengan, development notes, iterations 147. Hurration, theoretical framework. Hurration, practical application manual. Uzumaki barrier techniques, translated from Kushina's originals. Elemental manipulation, wind affinity advanced. Shadow clone tactical applications. Sealing arts, fundamentals through advanced. Biju containment theory. He stopped at the last one, pulled it from the shelf. It was a thick notebook, handwritten, with his father's precise kanji covering every page. He flipped to the first page and read the opening line. "These notes concern the containment, management, and potential cooperation between a human host and a tailed beast. They are written in the hope that my son will one day need them, and in the fear that he will need them sooner than I'd like." His father had written this for him, specifically for him, knowing what was coming, knowing what he was about to do to his own child. Naruto closed the notebook and held it against his chest. "I need time down here," he said. "A lot of time. Take all the time you need, I'll be upstairs." Kakashi paused at the base of the stairs. "Naruto, your father would be proud of you. I know that doesn't fix anything, but it's true." "How do you know?" "Because I knew him, and because the look on your face right now is the same look he got when he figured out something important." He turned and climbed the stairs. 5 a.m. tomorrow for training, don't be late." "That's rich coming from you, I know." "Consider it character development." Kakashi disappeared up the staircase, and Naruto was alone in his father's library. He started with the Biju containment theory notebook. Not because it was the most tactical choice, but because his father had written it for him, and that meant something. He sat at his father's desk, in his father's chair, and he read. The notebook was dense, technical, and fascinating. Minato had approached the problem of Jinchuriki existence with the same systematic brilliance he'd applied to everything else, analyzing the relationship between host and beast as a dynamic system rather than a simple prison. His notes described theoretical frameworks for chakra integration, emotional resonance patterns between host and Biju, and most intriguingly, the possibility of genuine cooperation. The prevailing wisdom treats the tailed beasts as weapons to be controlled, his father had written. This is not only morally questionable, but practically inefficient. A cooperating Biju could provide its host with capabilities that far exceed what forced extraction can achieve. The key is communication, mutual respect, and a seal architecture that allows graduated access rather than absolute containment. Naruto thought about the Kyuubi, about the massive, malevolent presence in his gut that he'd spent his entire life trying to ignore or suppress, about the cage in his mindscape and the enormous fox behind its bars, radiating hatred and contempt. His father thought cooperation was possible. His father was a genius. Maybe it was worth trying. He set aside the Biju notebook and moved to the Hiraishin materials. There were multiple scrolls and notebooks dedicated to the technique. His father had clearly spent years refining it. The theoretical framework was, as Kakashi had warned, extraordinarily complex. It involved manipulation of the space-time continuum through precisely calibrated seal formulas, using the user's chakra as both the key and the medium of transportation. The basic principle was deceptively simple. Mark a location with a seal, then use chakra to collapse the distance between your current position and the seal, effectively teleporting. In practice, every step of that process involved calculations and chakra control that would make most Jounin's heads spin. But the foundation, the seal formula that made it all work, was Uzumaki. His mother's clan, his bloodline. Naruto pulled the Uzumaki sealing scrolls from the shelf and laid them out alongside the Hiraishin materials. Cross-referencing, looking for connections. His father had done the same. Apparently there were margin notes in Minato's hand on several of Kushina's scrolls, drawing lines between concepts, mapping relationships. He created shadow clones. 20 of them, filling the library with orange-clad copies of himself. Each clone took a different scroll or notebook and began reading. "Focus on the sealing fundamentals," he told them. "Everything about Uzumaki barrier and transportation seals. When you dispel, I get your memories, so actually pay attention, no goofing off." "We are you," one clone pointed out. "If we goof off, it's your fault." "Then don't be me, be better," the clones settled in. The library filled with the sound of turning pages. Naruto himself went back to the Hiraishin manual. The first chapter was titled Prerequisites, and it was essentially a checklist of skills he needed before he could even begin attempting the technique. Chakra control sufficient for medical jutsu. Understanding of spatial geometry at an advanced level. Mastery of at least 3 different sealing disciplines. And, critically, a chakra reserve large enough to power the space-time displacement without burnout. He had the chakra reserves. The Kyuubi guaranteed that. The rest he'd have to earn. Good thing Tsunade was starting his medical jutsu training tomorrow. That would cover the chakra control. The sealing disciplines were here in this library. And spatial geometry, well, he'd figure it out. He always figured things out. He lost track of time. The library had no windows, and the seal-powered lights maintained a constant brightness that gave no indication of the hour. He took notes, reread, cross-referenced, and felt his understanding expand in real time as clone after clone dispersed and flooded his brain with new information. The Uzumaki sealing arts were a revelation. He'd always known he was an Uzumaki, but the name had never meant much. A dead clan from a dead village. No legacy, no inheritance, just a surname and unusually high chakra reserves. But the scrolls his mother had left behind painted a different picture. The Uzumaki were seal masters of the highest order. Their techniques were the backbone of half the major jutsu systems in the shinobi world. Barrier techniques, containment seals, summoning formulas, space-time manipulation, all of it traced back to Uzumaki and the red-haired clan that had called it home. His mother's personal notes were even more illuminating. Kushina Uzumaki had been, by any measure, a prodigy. Her annotations on the clan scrolls showed a mind that was both creative and rigorous, finding new applications for ancient techniques, pushing boundaries, asking questions that nobody else thought to ask. She'd developed several original seal formulas, including Naruto realized with a chill key components of the seal that held the Kyuubi inside him. His parents had built his prison together. Designed it with love and desperation and the kind of genius that came along once in a generation. And they'd left him the keys. He just had to learn how to use them. Footsteps on the stairs. Naruto looked up from the desk, blinking in the unchanging light, and saw Kakashi descending with a takeout bag. "It's 7 p.m., Kakashi said. "You've been down here for 9 hours. "What? 9 hours? "I brought dinner. Eat something before you pass out." Naruto realized he was ravenous. He accepted the bagged pork buns and onigiri from a place near the market and ate while Kakashi leaned against a shelf and surveyed the organized chaos of scrolls and notebooks spread across the desk. "Making progress?" Kakashi asked. "I barely know where to start. There's so much here." That's why the shadow clone method is smart. Mass parallel learning. Your father never had that advantage. He had to learn everything sequentially, one concept at a time. You can absorb information from dozens of sources simultaneously. There's a headache component that the textbooks don't mention. Your brain is processing multiple streams of memory from dispelled clones. It's essentially running parallel cognitive threads. The headaches will fade as your neural pathways adapt. You sound like a textbook. I read a lot. Speaking of which, he pulled something from his vest, a scroll sealed with the Hokage's personal mark. This arrived at the gate an hour ago from Tsunade. Naruto took the scroll and broke the seal. Inside was a formal document, the executive order they'd drafted, finalized, and bearing the Hokage's official stamp. Accompanying it was a shorter note in Tsunade's handwriting. "The document is formalized. Your copy. The Hokage's vault copy has been sealed per our agreement. Training begins tomorrow, 5 a.m., training ground 3. Don't eat beforehand. You'll throw up. And for what it's worth, the photograph on the shelf in the living room. Your mother put it there the day they moved in. She said it was the first thing she wanted anyone to see when they entered the house. She wanted people to know that this was a home built on love. You weren't supposed to grow up alone. I'm sorry you did. T." Naruto read the note twice, folded it carefully, and tucked it into his jacket next to the storage scroll containing the evidence that had started all of this. "Good news?" Kakashi asked. "Getting there?" He dispersed the remaining shadow clones, wincing as 9 hours of parallel study crashed into his brain like a wave hitting a seawall. Information raw, dense, partially processed flooded through his consciousness. Sealing principles, chakra theory, spatial geometry, his mother's handwriting, his father's diagrams. Layer upon layer of knowledge settling into the architecture of his mind like sediment in a river. It would take time to sort through. Time to integrate, to practice, to transform theoretical knowledge into practical skill. But the foundation was there. The starting point? He packed up the most important scrolls, the Hurratian Manual, the Biju containment notes, his mother's sealing fundamentals, and a basic chakra control guide that his father had apparently written for academy students who needed extra help. That last one stung a little. His dad had literally written a guide for struggling students, and Naruto had never seen it. He sealed everything into a storage scroll and headed for the stairs. At the top, he paused and looked back down at the library, the long aisles, the packed shelves, the desk where his father had worked. "I'll be back tomorrow," he said to the empty room. He walked through the house, past the kitchen and the half-finished nursery and the living room with the photograph, and out into the courtyard where the evening sky was deepening from indigo to black. Stars were appearing, faint and persistent. The air smelled like grass and water from the reservoir. "I'm heading home," he told Kakashi. "Training at 5, I'll be there. One thing before you go." Kakashi fell into step beside him as they walked toward the gate. "Tsunade told me the broad strokes of what's happening, but not the specifics." "I don't need the specifics. What I need to know is whether you're safe." "Safe from what?" "From whoever might not want this to happen. You're claiming a legacy that powerful people have spent 14 years suppressing. That makes you a target in ways you weren't before." "I know." Tsunade mentioned Danzo. "Danzo is the obvious threat. There are others. Certain council members, foreign intelligence services. Even within the village, there are factions that benefit from the current status quo, from you being weak, isolated, and politically irrelevant." Kakashi's tone was casual, but his eye was sharp. "You've just detonated a bomb in the middle of Konoha's power structure. The shockwave hasn't hit yet, but it will." "Good, let it hit." "I'm serious, Naruto." "So am I." He stopped walking and turned to face Kakashi. "I spent 13 years being weak and isolated and irrelevant. Nobody protected me then. The third Hokage was supposed to, and he let me live in squalor. Jiraiya was supposed to, and he spent a decade doing research in hot springs. You were supposed to, and you couldn't even look at me. So forgive me if I'm not waiting for someone else to keep me safe anymore." Kakashi absorbed this without flinching. "Fair, then let me rephrase. You're about to become a very high-value target. Can I at least help you prepare for that? That's what the training is for." "I mean specifically?" "Threat assessment, situational awareness, the kind of skills that keep you alive when someone decides you're too dangerous to let grow." He paused. "I taught your father, I can teach you." Naruto looked at him, really looked, past the lazy posture and the half-closed eye and the studied nonchalance. Underneath all of that was a man who had lost everyone he loved and was terrified of losing someone else. And underneath even that was a shinobi who was very, very good at keeping people alive. "Fine," Naruto said. "We'll add it to the schedule, but you show up on time, I mean it. None of this 3 hours late garbage. I'll be there at 5. At 5, not 5-ish, not around 5. 5. 5, say it like you mean it. I will be at training ground 3 at exactly 5 o'clock in the morning. Good night, sensei." He left Kakashi at the gate and walked back down the ridge toward the village. The path was dark now, lit only by starlight and the distant glow of Konoha's streets. He navigated by memory and feel, his feet finding the stone steps with the automatic confidence of someone used to moving through darkness. His apartment was cold when he got home. He'd forgotten to close the window before leaving that morning, and the evening breeze had been blowing through the room for hours. He shut the window, turned on the hot plate for tea, and sat down on his mattress. The storage scroll with the evidence was in his jacket. The executive order from Tsunade was in his pocket. The sealing scrolls from his father's library were in a separate storage scroll on his hip. He was carrying more secrets than some Anbu operatives, and he was 13 years old. 14 in a few months, actually. He'd have to remember that. Birthdays had never meant much to him, hard to celebrate when nobody was celebrating with you. But this year, maybe. This year, he might have something worth celebrating. He unrolled one of his mother's sealing scrolls and began studying by lamplight. The fundamentals of Uzumaki sealing theory were based on a principle called chakra inscription, the art of encoding intent, instruction, and chakra pathway manipulation into written symbols. It was part calligraphy, part engineering, part meditation. The physical act of writing the seal was only half the process. The other half was mental visualizing the chakra architecture, holding the entire pattern in your mind while your hand executed it on paper or skin or stone. His mother's notes described it like composing music. Each seal element was a note. The arrangement was the melody. The chakra you fed into it was the performance. A seal master didn't just draw symbols, they conducted a symphony of energy and intent. Naruto practiced drawing basic seal elements on scrap paper, copying his mother's examples. His first attempts were clumsy, too heavy, too uneven, lines that wobbled where they should have been straight. But his hands were steady from years of kunai practice, and his concentration when he actually applied it was formidable. By midnight, his reproductions were passable. By 1 a.m. they were good, he should sleep. Training was in 4 hours. Tsunade had warned him he'd throw up. He drew one more seal element, a containment circle, clean and precise, and set down his brush. 4 hours of sleep. Then the real work began. He lay down on his mattress, pulled the thin blanket over himself, and stared at the cracked ceiling. This ceiling, this room, this life, it was ending. Not all at once, not with a dramatic flourish, but incrementally, day by day, as the truth of who he was replaced the lie of what the village had made him. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, son of the fourth Hokage and the red-hot, blooded habanero, heir to two of the most powerful bloodlines in shinobi history, Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox, and, as of today, the holder of a secret that could bring down the Hokage, not bad for a dead last. He closed his eyes and slept without dreaming. Chapter 3. Inheritance. The fist came out of nowhere and hit him square in the solar plexus. Naruto doubled over, gasping, and barely managed to roll sideways before a heel drop cratered the ground where his head had been. Dirt and grass exploded upward. The shockwave alone sent him tumbling another 3 feet. "Your guard dropped," Tsunade said, standing in the small crater she'd just created. She wasn't even breathing hard. "When you channel chakra to your hands for the diagnostic technique, you pull it from your core. That leaves your midsection unprotected. An enemy medical nin would have killed you just now." Naruto hauled himself to his feet, one arm wrapped around his bruised ribs. The training ground was still dark. The sun was a suggestion on the eastern horizon, pink and gold against charcoal clouds. They'd been at it for 40 minutes, and he'd already been knocked down 9 times. "I thought this was medical jutsu training," he wheezed. "It is. Lesson 1. A dead medic heals nobody. You learn to protect yourself while channeling, or you don't learn at all. Again." She came at him without warning, not at full speed, not with full strength, but fast enough and hard enough that his body reacted before his mind could catch up. He blocked the first strike with his forearm, felt the impact rattle through his skeleton, and immediately channeled chakra to his palm the way she'd shown him. Green glow, diagnostic scan, read the body's signals. Her knee caught him in the thigh. His leg buckled. The green chakra flickered and died. "Concentration," she said. "You lost it the moment I made contact. The diagnostic technique requires sustained focus regardless of external circumstances. Try again." "You're literally hitting me while I'm trying to learn a healing technique." "Yes." "Welcome to how I train." Sakura cried for the first 3 weeks. "Sakura is smarter than me. Sakura has better chakra control than you. You have 40 times her reserves. Different problem, same solution. Practice until it's instinct." She settled into a fighting stance. "Again." He came at her this time. Closed the distance with a burst of speed that surprised her. He could tell by the way her eyes widened a fraction, and threw a combination of strikes designed to create space and time. Left jab, right cross, spinning back kick. She blocked all 3 casually, but the barrage gave him a half-second window. He pressed his palm against her forearm during the block and channeled. Green light flared. The diagnostic chakra surged through the contact point and into Tsunade's arm, and suddenly he could feel at her tendon structure, the micro-fractures in her radius from decades of combat, the flow of her chakra network, the way her muscles coiled and fired. She punched him in the face. He staggered back, nose bleeding, but he was grinning. "I got a read." "You got 2 seconds of a read and a broken nose. In a real fight, 2 seconds might be enough to identify a weakness, but only if you can maintain the technique while someone is trying to kill you. Your control is better than I expected, though." She tossed him a cloth for the blood. "Your reserves are the problem and the solution. You have so much chakra that fine manipulation is like trying to thread a needle with a fire hose. But you also have enough that you can brute force stability through volume, flood the technique with extra chakra to compensate for imprecision. It's wasteful, but it works. Brute force with extra chakra, that's basically my entire ninja philosophy." "I noticed. We're going to refine it. Take 5 minutes. Heal that nose, yes, with chakra. I showed you the basic cell regeneration technique yesterday. Use it, and then we go again." Naruto sat on the grass and pressed his palms to his face. The healing technique Tsunade had demonstrated the previous evening was simple in theory. Channel chakra into damaged tissue and accelerate the natural regeneration process. In practice, it required a degree of control that made the Rasengan look like finger painting. He pushed chakra into his broken nose, felt it swell and then subside as the cartilage knit, and tried not to sneeze. The nose healed. Crooked, probably, but healed. "Not bad," Tsunade said, watching. "The tissue repair is good. You overchanneled by about 30%, which means you wasted chakra, but for your first self-heal on a real injury, that's passable. Your mother had the same gift. The Uzumaki vitality gives you an intuitive sense for healing that most students take months to develop." "You knew my mom?" Tsunade was quiet for a moment. "We weren't close. She was younger than me by almost a generation, but I knew her reputation and I met her a handful of times. She was fierce, loud, absolutely terrifying when she was angry. She had this red hair that moved like it was alive, literally. She could weaponize it with chakra. And she loved your father with a ferocity that was almost frightening. The day she found out she was pregnant, she told me we happened to be at the same hospital for different reasons, and the look on her face." Tsunade trailed off. "She glowed. There's no other word for it." Naruto stored that away. Every scrap of information about his parents was precious, a piece of a puzzle he was assembling one fragment at a time. "Time's up," Tsunade said. "Again!" They trained for another hour and 20 minutes. By the end, Naruto could maintain the diagnostic technique for almost 4 seconds under direct physical assault, not great by any standard, but a foundation. Tsunade had escalated her attacks progressively, testing his ability to concentrate under increasing pressure, and he'd responded by developing a crude but effective strategy, using shadow clones as interference to buy himself the moments of calm he needed for the technique. "Clever," Tsunade admitted as she dismissed his last clone with a backhand that dispersed it into smoke. "Using clones as a buffer is a legitimate combat medic tactic. Most medics use teammates for that, but you've effectively weaponized your signature jutsu as a defensive screen. Your father would have called that tactical adaptation. I call it not getting punched. Same thing. We're done for this morning. Same time tomorrow, and Naruto—" She caught his eye as he gathered his things. "The chakra control exercises I showed you, do them tonight, 2 hours minimum. The faster you develop fine manipulation, the faster we can move to real medical techniques." "I'll do 3 hours. 2 is sufficient. 3, I've got clones." She shook her head, a complex expression on her face, something between reluctant pride and the specific guilt of someone teaching a student they'd wronged. "Fine, 3, don't burn yourself out." Shibari flickered away, vanishing in a swirl of leaves, and Naruto was alone on the training ground with the sunrise painting everything amber. He didn't rest. He told Kakashi he'd be at training ground 3 at 5, and it was already past 7, which meant he was late. But Kakashi being Kakashi, late was relative. He ran across the village rooftops, enjoying the early morning air and the way his body moved sore from Tsunade's beatings, but energized, alive, humming with the particular electricity of someone who was working toward something real. The village sprawled below him, waking up, smoke from breakfast fires, the clatter of shop shutters opening, a team of genin trudging toward their meeting point with the resigned expressions of people who hadn't had enough sleep. Training Ground 3 was empty when he arrived. He dropped from the tree line and landed in the clearing, scanning for Kakashi. Nothing. The memorial stone stood at the far edge, as always, and the 3 training posts rose from the center of the field like weathered sentinels. Then he felt it. A flicker of killing intent, precise and controlled, coming from directly behind him. Naruto moved on pure reflex substitution jutsu, replacing himself with a log that had been lying near the tree line. The log exploded into splinters as a Chidori-wrapped hand punched through it. Kakashi emerged from the debris, his Sharingan uncovered, lightning still crackling around his fingers. "Your reaction time is better," Kakashi observed. 6 months ago, that would have tagged you. 6 months ago, you weren't trying to kill me during morning training. I'm never trying to kill you. I'm trying to teach you what killing looks like. He dispersed the lightning and pushed his headband back over the Sharingan. "Tsunade ran you through the ringer already this morning." She punched me in the face, repeatedly. "Character building, ready to work." "What's the plan?" Kakashi reached into his vest and produced 3 items. A kunai, a blank seal tag, and a small rubber ball. He tossed all 3 to Naruto, who caught them reflexively. "Today we're going to talk about what you have, what you need, and how to get from one to the other as fast as possible," Kakashi said. He settled onto one of the training posts, sitting on top of it cross-legged like some kind of lazy sage. "You have 3 major assets. First, massive chakra reserves the largest of any shinobi I've ever encountered, including your father. Second, the shadow clone jutsu and its applications for parallel learning. Third, a library full of your parents' combined knowledge in ninjutsu and sealing. And the kyuubi. We'll get to the fox. For now, focus on what's yours. Your weaknesses are equally clear. Chakra control is improving, but still below where it needs to be. Your taijutsu is instinct-based rather than technique-based. You win fights on toughness and unpredictability, not skill. Your genjutsu defense is almost non-existent, and your tactical thinking, while improving, still defaults to charge in and hit things. Hey, I'm not insulting you, I'm diagnosing. A doctor doesn't help a patient by telling them they're healthy when they're not. He held up a finger. The kunai represents your combat skills. Functional, but basic. You need to upgrade from brawler to martial artist. I'm going to teach you the fighting style I learned from your father, the Namikaze interceptor form. It's designed for speed, counterattacks, and creating openings for jutsu deployment. It pairs naturally with the Hurricane, which is not a coincidence. Second finger. The seal tag represents your sealing potential. You've started studying your parents' materials, and the shadow clones will accelerate that. But sealing isn't just academic, it's a physical skill, like calligraphy or surgery. You need to practice writing seals under every condition. Calm, stressed, injured mid-combat. The muscle memory is as important as the knowledge. Third finger. The rubber ball represents the Rasengan and its derivatives. You already have the base technique. What you don't have are the elemental variations. Your father intended the Rasengan to be combined with elemental nature transformation. It's in his notes. I know you've seen them. Wind is your affinity. A wind nature Rasengan would be one of the most powerful offensive techniques in existence. Naruto looked at the 3 objects in his hands. Kunai, seal tag, rubber ball, combat, sealing, ninjutsu. How long, he asked, to be competent in all 3 areas? With shadow clones running parallel training, dedicated instruction, and your work ethic, Kakashi considered. 3 months to proficiency, 6 months to mastery. Your father took years, but your father didn't have 1,000 clones studying simultaneously. Then let's start. They started with the interceptor form. Kakashi was, when he actually committed to teaching, an exceptional instructor. He demonstrated each movement of the form with the fluid precision of someone who'd internalized it over decades, then broke it down into components that Naruto could drill. The form was nothing like the academy brawling style Naruto was used to. It was economic, each movement serving multiple purposes, designed to redirect an opponent's force while simultaneously creating angles for counter-strikes. Your father built this form around the principle of minimal movement, maximum effect, Kakashi explained, demonstrating a parry-to-strike combination that covered a distance of about 6 inches. He was the fastest shinobi alive, but he didn't rely on speed alone. He used positioning. Every stance in this form puts you in a place where your opponent has to overextend to reach you, and when they overextend, he demonstrated. Naruto threw a punch. Kakashi shifted a half step, redirected the punch with his forearm, and had a kunai at Naruto's throat before the motion was complete. You're already inside their guard. Naruto created 50 shadow clones. 25 paired off to drill the basic stances. The remaining 25 each took a copy of the movement scroll Kakashi produced and began studying the advanced forms. Naruto himself worked directly with Kakashi, learning the foundational movements through direct, hands-on repetition. It was hard. Not the way Tsunade's training was hard, that was about taking punishment and maintaining focus through pain. This was about precision, about retraining muscle memory he'd been building for years, replacing sloppy instinct with clean technique. Every time he defaulted to a haymaker or a wild kick, Kakashi corrected him, gently but relentlessly. "You fight like a street brawler," Kakashi said after the 5th correction. "That's not an insult. Street brawlers survive because they're unpredictable, but unpredictability has a ceiling. Skill doesn't. Sasuke never fought like a street brawler." The name hung in the air. They hadn't discussed Sasuke. It was the elephant in every room. Naruto entered the absent teammate, the friend who'd chosen darkness, the mission that had failed. Kakashi's expression didn't change. Sasuke had formal training from age 4. He also had the Sharingan, which allowed him to copy and refine techniques at an accelerated rate. You had neither of those advantages. But you have something he doesn't: the capacity to create 1,000 copies of yourself, each one practicing independently. By the end of today, you'll have accumulated more training hours in this form than Sasuke got in a year at the academy. Don't compare yourself to him. Outgrow him. Naruto processed that. Outgrow him, not catch up. Outgrow. He liked the sound of that. They trained until noon. By the time Kakashi called a break, Naruto had dispersed 3 rotations of 50 clones each, absorbing 150 individual training sessions worth of muscle memory. The interceptor form was no longer foreign, it was becoming natural, his body beginning to default to its clean, economical movements instead of the wild swings he'd relied on before. "Eat," Kakashi said, tossing him a bento box from somewhere. "Then we work on wind nature transformation." Naruto ate. The bento was good rice, grilled fish, vegetables, real food, not instant ramen. He'd have to start eating properly if he was going to maintain this training intensity. "The wind nature work," he said between bites. "Is this for the Rasengan variation?" "Eventually. But you need to master basic wind manipulation first. You know the leaf-cutting exercise? Cut a leaf in half using only wind-natured chakra." "Yeah, Asuma showed me the concept once." "Asuma is the best wind user in the village. I asked him to stop by this afternoon to work with you on the fundamentals. I can teach you a lot of things, but wind isn't my affinity. You deserve an expert." "You asked Asuma to help train me?" "I asked several people. You'll be working with different instructors on different skills, rotating throughout the week. Tsunade for medical jutsu and chakra control, me for taijutsu, tactics, and general ninjutsu, Asuma for wind nature, and," he paused, "I sent a message to Jiraiya." Naruto's chopsticks stopped moving. "You what?" "He needs to be here, Naruto. He's the foremost seal master alive. He trained your father, and he's your godfather, whether he's acted like it or not. If you're going to learn the Hurricane and the advanced Uzumaki sealing arts, you need Jiraiya." "And if I don't want him here?" Then tell him that when he arrives. He should be here within the week. He was somewhere in the land of rivers when I sent the message." Naruto put down the bento and stared at the training ground. The memorial stone caught the afternoon light, names carved deep and permanent. His father's name was on that stone, Jiraiya's student, the man whose legacy Naruto was now claiming piece by piece. "Fine," he said, "but I'm not making it easy for him. I wouldn't expect you to." Asuma Sarutobi arrived at 2 o'clock, trailing cigarette smoke and an easy grin. He was a big man, broad-shouldered, thick-armed, with the kind of casual physical presence that came from genuine strength rather than posturing. His trench knives hung at his hips, and he moved with the loose, comfortable gait of a fighter who was always ready but never tense. "Kakashi tells me you're the Yondame's kid," Asuma said by way of greeting. "I'd say I'm surprised, but honestly, you look exactly like him. Always wondered why nobody put it together." "People see what they want to see," Naruto said. "Ain't that the truth?" Asuma lit a fresh cigarette, took a long drag, and exhaled a stream of smoke that twisted in the breeze. "So, wind nature, you know the basics. I know I have wind affinity. Beyond that, not much." "Then we start from scratch. Wind chakra is about sharpness and precision. Fire is volume, earth is density, water is adaptability, lightning is penetration. Wind is the blade. When you channel wind-natured chakra, you're essentially creating a cutting edge made of compressed, vibrating air at the molecular level. It can cut through almost anything: steel, stone, other chakra natures. It's the offensive trump card." He pulled a leaf from a nearby tree and held it up. "Step 1. Take this leaf, channel wind chakra through it, cut it in half. Sounds easy. It's not. Most wind users take weeks to manage it." Naruto took the leaf. He held it between his palms, closed his eyes, and felt for his chakra. It was always there, vast and roiling, the Kyuubi's presence a constant heat beneath his own energy. He reached past the fox's influence and found his own chakra, pulled a thread of it, and tried to shape it: wind nature, sharpness. A cutting edge. He pushed the chakra into the leaf, trying to compress it to give it an edge. The leaf crumpled. Not cut, crushed. Too much force, not enough precision. "Common mistake," Asuma said. "You're using too much chakra and not enough intent. Wind nature isn't about power, it's about focus. Think of it like this: you're not pushing the leaf apart. You're imagining a line thin as a hair and drawing it across the surface. The chakra follows the intent." Naruto tried again, and again, and again. He created clones, 30 of them, each working with their own leaf, each experimenting with different approaches. The training ground became littered with crushed, torn, shredded, and occasionally exploded leaves, but no clean cuts. After an hour, Asuma held up a hand. "Stop! You're brute forcing it, and it's not working. Let me show you something." He picked up a leaf, held it between 2 fingers, and channeled. There was no visible effort, no straining, no concentration face. Just a subtle shift in the air around his hand, and the leaf fell apart in 2 perfect halves, the cut edge smooth as glass. "Feel that?" he asked. "Feel what?" "Exactly. You didn't feel anything because I didn't use force." The wind chakra was thin enough and precise enough that it passed through the leaf's cellular structure without disturbing the air around it. That's the goal. Not less chakra, thinner chakra, compressed to a monomolecular edge. Naruto thought about that. Thin, not weak, but thin. Like a razor blade versus a baseball bat. Both could cut, but only one was designed for it. He picked up a new leaf, closed his eyes. Instead of pushing chakra into the leaf, he tried to pull it thin, stretching it, thinning it, imagining it as a wire, then a thread, then a line of nothing that existed only as the concept of cutting. The leaf separated. Not cleanly, the cut was ragged, more tear than slice. But it was a cut. Asuma's eyebrows went up. 90 minutes. Took me 3 weeks. He took a drag of his cigarette. "Kakashi wasn't kidding about you. I've been told I'm a fast learner when I actually care about what I'm studying. Let's see how fast. Next exercise." They worked until sunset. By the time Asuma called it, Naruto could cut a leaf cleanly about 1 time in 4. His clones had brought that up to 1 in 3 through parallel experimentation. The wind chakra was becoming more natural, not instinctive yet, but accessible, like a tool he was learning to grip properly. Tomorrow, we move to wind-enhanced weapons, Asuma told him, stubbing out his cigarette. You channel wind chakra through a kunai or shuriken, you turn a standard weapon into something that can cut through reinforced steel. After that, we work on wind jutsu ranged attacks, defensive barriers, and eventually combining wind nature with the Rasengan. How long for the Rasengan combination? Months, maybe longer. The Rasengan is a pure shape transformation technique. Adding nature transformation to it is like trying to spin a ball on your finger while also setting it on fire. The two processes work against each other. Your father never managed it. My father didn't have shadow clones. Asuma smiled. No, he didn't. Get some rest, kid. You look like you've been hit by a cart. I've been hit by a Hawkage. The cart would be an improvement. Asuma laughed and walked away into the evening, trailing smoke like a signal fire. Naruto sat on the grass and let the twilight settle around him. His body ached in places he didn't know could ache. Tsunade's medical training had battered his torso. Kakashi's taijutsu work had punished his limbs. Asuma's wind training had drained his chakra reserves to a level he rarely experienced, not empty, not even close, but noticeably lower than his baseline. He felt incredible, not physically. Physically, he felt like he'd been used as a training dummy for 3 different jounin, which was essentially what had happened. But underneath the pain and exhaustion, there was a current of something electric, purpose, direction, the feeling of moving towards something instead of just flailing around hoping for the best. He made his way to the Namikaze estate. The path was becoming familiar past the Hyuuga district, around the reservoir, up the ridge. The gate was open now, the barrier seals gone, and the courtyard felt different in the evening light. Less abandoned, more waiting. He went straight to the basement library and created 100 shadow clones, split into 5 groups, he told them. Group 1, Uzumaki sealing fundamentals, focus on transportation and barrier seals. Group 2, Hurricane theoretical framework, I want the spatial geometry understood, not just read. Group 3, Wind Nature Jutsu from Dad's combat scrolls. Group 4, Medical chakra control exercises from Tsunade's curriculum. Group 5, the Biju containment notes, specifically the sections on host-beast communication. The clones dispersed to their assignments, and the library filled with the focused silence of 100 students working simultaneously. Naruto himself sat at his father's desk and opened the Hurricane manual to the section on seal formulae. The Hurricane's core seal was deceptively simple in appearance, a compact array of interlocking symbols that, when applied to a surface, created a spatial anchor point. The user could then jump to any anchor point instantaneously by matching their chakra signature to the seal's frequency. In principle, it was just a very sophisticated version of the summoning technique. Instead of summoning an animal to your location, you summoned yourself to a seal. In practice, every component of that process was mind-bendingly complex. The seal formula alone contained 17 nested subarrays, each one handling a different aspect of the space-time displacement spatial coordinates, temporal synchronization, mass calculation, chakra compensation, momentum preservation. Getting any single subarray wrong wouldn't just cause the technique to fail. It could scatter the user's molecules across the dimensional barrier. Naruto studied the seal formula for 2 hours. He copied it, element by element, onto practice paper, comparing his work against his father's original. The brushwork had to be exact, not just visually accurate, but chakra accurate, each stroke carrying a specific charge and frequency that contributed to the whole. His first attempt was garbage. His second was slightly less garbage. His 10th was almost passable. He was going to need a lot of practice paper. At 10 p.m., he dispersed the first rotation of clones. The information hit him like a tidal wave, and he had to grab the desk to keep from falling out of the chair. 100 parallel study sessions, each one 2 hours long, all compressing into his consciousness simultaneously. His vision went white for a moment. When it cleared, He could feel the knowledge settling sealing principles slotting into place alongside spatial theory, alongside wind jutsu, alongside medical technique. His nose was bleeding again. He healed it without thinking about it, a basic cell regeneration that was already becoming reflexive. "Okay," he muttered, wiping blood from his upper lip. 50 clones next time, 100 is too much at once." He made 50 clones, set them to the same rotations, and spent another 2 hours at the desk. This time, he worked on the second component of the Hurricane, the chakra channeling technique that activated the spatial jump. According to his father's notes, the channeling required the user to simultaneously maintain 3 separate chakra frequencies. One matched to the destination seal, one calibrated to the user's own mass and position, and one that served as a bridge between the 3 simultaneous frequencies. Most shinobi could barely manage one. The Rasengan, which required maintaining a single complex chakra rotation, was considered a Jounin-level technique. The Hurricane required 3 times that complexity, sustained under combat conditions, while also being accurate enough to target a specific seal among potentially hundreds of anchor points. No wonder his father was the only person who'd ever mastered it. But the notes also included something encouraging, a training progression. Minato hadn't started by trying to do all 3 frequencies at once. He'd built up to it, starting with single-frequency exercises and gradually adding complexity. The progression was detailed, methodical, and annotated with tips and common mistakes. Naruto started with Step 1, single frequency. Match your chakra to an external seal. He took one of his practice seal copies, a rough but functional version of the Hurricane anchor, placed it on the desk, and tried to tune his chakra to its frequency. It was like trying to match a musical note by humming. You knew when you were close, and you definitely knew when you were wrong. His first few attempts were wrong, wildly wrong. The seal didn't respond at all, sitting on the desk like a particularly unhelpful piece of paper. He adjusted, refined, tried different approaches, varying the volume, the texture, the oscillation of his chakra output. After 40 minutes, the seal glowed, briefly, faintly, but it glowed. "There it is," Naruto breathed. He tried again. Got it again, slightly brighter this time, slightly more sustained. The resonance between his chakra and the seal was like a lock engaging, a click that he felt more than heard. He wasn't teleporting. He was months or years away from teleporting, but he'd taken the first step on the road his father had built, and the road was real, and it led somewhere extraordinary, midnight. He was exhausted. He dispersed the second rotation of clones, 50 this time, manageable, and let the knowledge settle. Then he sealed the scrolls, locked the library, and walked through the dark house to the front door. He paused in the living room. The photograph of his parents was a dim shape on the shelf, barely visible in the starlight coming through the window. "Making progress," he told them. "Long way to go, but I'm making progress." He walked home through empty streets, let himself into his apartment, and collapsed onto his mattress. Sleep took him in seconds. The days that followed blurred together in a rhythm of training, study, and incremental progress that consumed every waking hour. Mornings with Tsunade. She was merciless, demanding, and exactly what he needed. By the end of the first week, he could maintain the diagnostic technique for 15 seconds under direct assault. By the end of the second week, he could perform basic cell regeneration on external wounds, cuts, bruises, minor fractures with enough reliability that Tsunade stopped calling it accidental. His chakra control, the perpetual weak point, was improving at a rate that even Tsunade admitted was impressive, driven by the combination of her drills, his clone training, and the sheer bloody-mindedness that was apparently his primary character trait. "You're compensating for lack of precision with volume and repetition," Tsunade told him after a session in which he'd successfully healed a practice fish standard medical training exercise for the 3rd time in a row. "It's inelegant. It wastes chakra. But it works, and it's getting more efficient every day. Your mother had the same approach, overwhelm the problem until the problem gives up." "Is that a compliment?" "It's an observation. Don't let it go to your head." middays with Kakashi. The interceptor form was becoming second nature, his body adopting its clean lines and efficient movements as the default fighting style. Kakashi had started incorporating weapons work kunai, tanto, and wire techniques that complemented the form's emphasis on close-range counter-fighting. He'd also begun teaching Naruto the tactical fundamentals of high-level combat, reading an opponent's chakra flow to predict their next jutsu, managing distance and positioning in multi-enemy engagements, and the art of strategic retreat, knowing when to disengage and reposition rather than commit to a losing exchange. "Your instinct is to never back down," Kakashi observed during a sparring session. "That's admirable and stupid in roughly equal measure." The best fighters in history were the ones who knew when to create distance. Your father's entire fighting style was based on controlling engagement range. The Hurricane let him choose exactly when and where to fight. Until you have that capability, you need to develop the discipline manually. Afternoons with Asuma. Wind nature was progressing faster than anyone expected. By day 10, Naruto could cut a leaf cleanly every time. By day 15, he'd moved to wind-enhanced weapons, channeling wind chakra through kunai to extend their cutting range and penetrating power. By day 20, he was working on his first wind jutsu, a compressed air bullet that could punch through a training post at 30 meters. "You've got a monster affinity for this," Asuma told him, watching a clone's air bullet blow a fist-sized hole through solid oak. "I've trained wind users before. None of them picked it up this fast. Shadow clones. It's not just the clones. Your chakra naturally resonates with wind nature. It wants to be sharp. Most people have to force the conversion. You just have to let it happen." And evenings alone in the library. This was where the deepest work happened: the ceiling studies, the Hurricane progression, the Biju containment research. Night after night, surrounded by his parents' legacy, Naruto built the theoretical foundation for techniques that would define his combat style for the rest of his career. The Hurricane was still far from functional, but the first stage exercises were yielding results. He could reliably tune his chakra to an anchor seal, the resonance growing stronger and more stable with each practice session. He'd moved to the second stage, dual frequency matching, holding his own signature while also locking onto the anchor, and was making slow but steady progress. The sealing work was more immediately practical. Uzumaki sealing techniques translated directly into useful tools: barrier seals for personal protection, containment seals for capturing or redirecting enemy jutsu, sensor seals for detecting approaching threats. He practiced writing them under every condition Kakashi had specified: calm, stressed, one-handed in the dark, while being pelted with rubber balls by shadow clones. 23 days after the agreement with Tsunade, Jiraiya came back to Konoha. Naruto was in the library when he felt the presence. Not chakra sensing, he wasn't that refined yet. Something more primal, a disturbance in the atmosphere, the particular weight that a truly powerful shinobi exerted on the world just by existing in it. He looked up from his father's desk and waited, footsteps on the stairs, heavy but measured. The tread of a large man trying to be quiet. Jiraiya ducked through the library doorway and stood at the base of the stairs, taking in the scene. Naruto at the desk. 30 clones working at tables and shelves throughout the room, scrolls and notebooks everywhere. The organized chaos of serious scholarship. He looked older than Naruto remembered, or maybe not older, heavier. As if the weight of something invisible was pressing down on him, compacting him, aging him in ways that had nothing to do with time. "Hey, kid," Jiraiya said. Naruto didn't stand up. "You got Kakashi's message?" "I did, dropped everything and came straight here." He walked deeper into the library, his eyes moving across the shelves with the particular hunger of a man who understood what he was looking at. "Your father's collection?" "I helped him set some of this up, back in the day. The organizational system is mine. Actually, Minato was brilliant but messy." "Sit down." Jiraiya sat on a stool near the desk, his large frame making the furniture look like dollhouse equipment. He folded his hands between his knees and looked at Naruto with an expression that was trying to be casual and failing completely. "So," Jiraiya said, "Kakashi told me about your parents, about the trust, about what Tsunade did. Did he tell you what I did about it? The broad strokes? You confronted her, made demands, got access to this place, got training arrangements, got your identity formally acknowledged." He paused. "Smart moves, smarter than I would have expected. Because I'm supposed to be the idiot, right? The loud, dumb kid who charges in without thinking? That's not what it is though. That's how everyone saw me. That's how you saw me during our training trip. Just focus on the Rasengan, Naruto. Don't worry about the complicated stuff, Naruto. You don't need to understand ceiling theory, Naruto." His voice was even, but the edges were sharp. "You taught me one technique in 3 weeks. One. And then you spent the rest of the time doing research while I trained myself." Jiraiya didn't look away from him, didn't flinch, but something behind his eyes cracked a hairline fracture in the facade of the confident, worldly sage. "You're right," he said. "I know I'm right. What I want to know is why, and don't give me the same excuse Kakashi gave me. Don't tell me it was too painful to look at me because I remind you of my dad. I've heard that. I get it. Pain is real. But you had a responsibility, and you chose yourself over that responsibility. So tell me why. The real reason." Jiraiya was quiet for a long time. The clones kept working around them, the sound of turning pages, the scratch of brush on paper. Normal sounds that made the silence between the two of them louder by contrast. "The real reason," Jiraiya said slowly, "is that I was afraid of failing you the way I failed your father." "What?" "Minato was my student, my greatest student, the best shinobi I ever trained, the best person I ever knew. And on the night the Kyuubi attacked, he died. He died because the situation was impossible, and because he was the kind of man who chose his village over his own life. I couldn't have stopped it. I know that intellectually. But in here," he tapped his chest, "in here I failed him. I wasn't there. I wasn't fast enough, or strong enough, or smart enough to find another way. My student died, and his wife died, and their baby was left alone with a monster in his gut and a village that hated him for it." He rubbed his face with both hands. "When I looked at you, this tiny kid with Minato's face, all I saw was everything I'd failed, and I told myself that the best thing I could do was stay away, that I was bad luck, that everyone I got close to died. Orochimaru, Minato, Nawaki, Dan, everyone. And I thought, if I stay away from this kid, maybe he'll be the one who survives. That's the dumbest logic I've ever heard. Yeah, it is, and I knew it was dumb at the time, but fear isn't rational, and grief makes you stupid, and every year I stayed away, it got harder to come back. How do you walk up to a 10-year-old kid who's been alone his entire life and say, 'Hey, I'm your godfather. Sorry, I've been on a decade-long bender of self-pity'? How do you explain that to a child? You just do it. You just show up. That's all I ever wanted from anyone. Just show up." The words landed in the quiet library like stones in still water. Jiraiya closed his eyes, and for a moment he looked every one of his years, the lines deeper, the shoulders lower, the big hands clasped so tight his knuckles were white. "I'm here now," he said. "Late, inexcusably late, but here. And if you'll let me, I'd like to actually be your teacher this time, not the half-assed version, the real thing." Naruto studied him, the Toad Sage, the legendary Sannin. One of the most powerful shinobi alive and one of the most broken. A man who carried his failures like stones in his pockets, each one dragging him deeper. "I have conditions," Naruto said. "Name them. You teach me everything, no holding back because you think I'm not ready, no deciding for me what I can and can't handle. If I ask you about a technique and it's in your ability to teach it, you teach it. Done. You stay in the village, no research trips, no disappearing for weeks at a time. You're here, present, available, done. And you help me with the Hurration." Jiraiya blinked. "The Hurration?" "My father's notes are here. The theoretical framework, the seal formulae, the training progression. But there are gaps, things he understood intuitively that he didn't fully explain in his notes. You trained him. You watched him develop the technique. You're the only person alive who can fill in those gaps." Jiraiya leaned back on the stool and stared at the ceiling. The Hurricane, you want to learn the Hurricane? He laughed short, disbelieving, edged with something that might have been awe. You really are his son. Is that a yes? It's a yes, though I should warn you I never learned the Hurricane myself. Minato tried to teach me, and I couldn't get the spatial geometry to work. My chakra's too coarse for the fine-tuning required. But I understand the principles, and I can guide you through the seal work. The actual teleportation component you'll have to figure out on your own. I'll figure it out. I believe you, which is terrifying, frankly. He stood up, the stool creaking with relief. When do we start? Now, he checked the window at the top of the stairs. Past 10 at night. And I have clones who can study while I sleep. So let's talk theory. They talked until 2 in the morning. Jiraiya, when he was engaged and committed, was an extraordinary teacher. His understanding of sealing was encyclopedic, and his memories of Minato's development process provided context that the written notes couldn't capture. He explained the spatial geometry of the Hurricane in terms that made intuitive sense using analogies from nature, from summoning contracts, from the principles of sage art that govern the flow of natural energy through physical space. The key insight your father had, Jiraiya said, sketching a diagram on scrap paper, was that space isn't rigid. The shinobi world treats space as fixed. Point A is here, point B is there, and the distance between them is constant. But that's not true. Space is flexible. It bends around concentrations of chakra, warps near dimensional boundaries, and can be folded if you know how. The Hurricane seal creates a fold point, a place where space is pre-bent, ready to be collapsed. The user's chakra is the force that completes the fold, bringing 2 points together. Like folding a piece of paper so 2 dots touch. Exactly like that. The seal is 1 dot, the user is the other. The technique folds the paper. Naruto stared at the diagram. Something clicked, not full understanding, but the shape of understanding, the silhouette of a concept that he could feel in his bones even if his mind hadn't fully grasped it yet. I'm going to get this, he said. I know you are, kid. Jiraiya's voice was rough with an emotion he wasn't trying to hide. Your old man would be grinning right now. 3 days later, the first sign of trouble arrived. Naruto was leaving the Namikaze estate at dusk, walking the now familiar path down the ridge toward the village when he felt them. 3 chakra signatures, suppressed to near invisibility, positioned in the trees flanking the path. Professional. Patient. The kind of signature suppression that only elite operatives could maintain. Route. He kept walking. Didn't change his pace, didn't tense, didn't give any indication that he'd noticed. But his mind was racing, cycling through options and responses with the analytical speed that Kakashi's tactical training was building. 3 operatives. Positioned in a triangle formation, classic surveillance pattern, but also viable as an ambush configuration. They were maintaining distance, not closing, watching, not attacking. Yet, he reached the bottom of the ridge and turned onto the main road. The operatives repositioned, flowing through the trees with silent precision, maintaining their triangle around him. They were good, really good. If he hadn't been running chakra sensing exercises obsessively for the past 3 weeks, he never would have detected them. Naruto made a decision. He stopped walking, turned to face the tree line and said clearly, "You can come out, I know you're there." Nothing happened for about 5 seconds. Then 3 figures materialized from the shadows, masked, armed, dressed in the blank uniforms of Konoha's Anbu. Except they weren't Anbu. The masks were wrong, plain white, no animal markings. Root. Uzumaki Naruto, the center operative said. The voice was flat, emotionless, not threatening exactly, but empty in a way that was somehow worse. You are requested for a meeting. By who? Shimura-sama wishes to speak with you. Regarding matters of mutual interest. So Danzo was making his move. Earlier than Tsunade had predicted, which meant either he had better intelligence than they'd assumed, or Naruto's activities had been more visible than he'd intended. Probably both. Mutual interest, Naruto repeated. That's a fun way to say he sent 3 root agents to follow me home. The operative didn't react. Will you accept the meeting? Naruto thought about it. The smart play, the cautious play, was to refuse, report back to Tsunade, circle the wagons, prepare. But caution wasn't what got him into his father's library, and Danzo was going to come at him eventually regardless. Better to meet the threat on his own terms than wait for it to choose the time and place. "Where?" he asked. "Follow us?" They led him through a part of Konoha he'd never seen, or rather, a part he'd seen without knowing what was underneath it. A nondescript building near the Anbu headquarters, a staircase going down, a corridor lit by flickering seal lights, and finally a door that opened into a room that was as austere as a monk's cell. Concrete walls, a single table, 2 chairs. Danzo was sitting in one of the chairs. He was exactly as Naruto remembered, old, thin, wrapped in bandages, one arm hidden in a sling beneath his robes. His visible eye was dark and sharp, the kind of sharp that had nothing to do with physical acuity and everything to do with the intelligence behind it. "Sit," Danzo said. Naruto sat. Not because he was told to, but because standing would signal anxiety, and he wasn't anxious. The 3 root operatives positioned themselves behind him, 2 at the door, 1 against the wall. He noted their positions without turning around. Kakashi's threat assessment training paying off. "Naruto Uzumaki," Danzo said. "Or should I say Naruto Namikaze? The village has been buzzing about that particular revelation." "Has it?" "You know it has. The formal announcement was made 3 days ago. The son of the 4th Hokage, hidden for his protection, now claiming his birthright. A compelling narrative," he paused. "What I find interesting is the timing. I turned old enough. That's the timing. You turned old enough some time ago. What changed was your relationship with the Hokage. Specifically, a meeting in her office 17 days ago that lasted 47 minutes. After which you were given access to a sealed estate, dedicated training resources, and preferential treatment that no genin in the history of this village has ever received." His visible eye fixed on Naruto with the unblinking focus of a predator. "I'd like to know what you discussed in that meeting. Village business, above your pay grade." Something shifted in Danzo's expression. Not anger, he was too controlled for anger, more like recalibration. The assessment of a man who had expected one thing and was encountering another. "You've changed," Danzo observed. "The reports from my operatives describe a loud, impulsive boy. What I see in front of me is something different. People grow up. Some people, not usually this quickly. Unless something catalyzed the change." He leaned forward slightly. "Let me be direct. I have reason to believe that the Hokage's recent decisions regarding you are the result of coercion, that you have obtained information of a sensitive nature and are using it as leverage. I want to know what that information is." Naruto met his gaze. The old man's eye was cold, analytical, devoid of the human warmth that even enemies usually maintained in conversation. This was a person who had reduced human interaction to its barest strategic components: no empathy, no emotional noise, just the pure calculus of power and advantage. "Let me be direct too," Naruto said. "You've been trying to find leverage on Tsunade since she took office. You want the Hokage seat, and she's in the way. You think I have something you can use, and you're hoping I'm dumb enough or scared enough to hand it over. I'm hoping you're pragmatic enough to recognize a mutually beneficial arrangement. There's nothing mutual about what you're proposing. You want me to be a weapon in your political arsenal. A pawn. That's what everyone in this village has always wanted me to be, a tool for someone else's agenda." Naruto shook his head. "I'm not interested. You're making an enemy you can't afford. No, you're making an enemy you can't afford. Because here's what you don't know about me, Shimura. I'm not the kid in the reports anymore. I haven't been for a while. And the things I'm learning, the power I'm building, it's not going to stop. It's going to accelerate. So you can come at me with your root agents and your political maneuvering and your threats, and I'll handle every single one of them. Or you can leave me alone and focus your scheming on someone who scares easier." He stood up. The root operatives behind him shifted, subtle, professional, readying for action. "Sit down," Danzo said. His voice was still calm, but there was an edge underneath it. "We're not finished." Naruto looked at him, really looked at him, at the bandaged arm hiding stolen Sharingan eyes, at the scarred face of a man who had spent decades operating in the shadows, manipulating, eliminating, controlling. A man who believed that power was the only truth and that everything else, loyalty, compassion, love, was weakness to be exploited. "Yeah," Naruto said. "We are." He walked toward the door. The two root operatives didn't move. They were waiting for Danzo's order, and Danzo hadn't given one. Naruto passed between them, opened the door, and stepped into the corridor. Behind him, he heard Danzo's voice, quiet and precise. "You'll regret this, Namikaze." Naruto didn't look back. Add it to the list. He walked out of the underground facility, up the stairs, into the night air, and didn't stop until he was 3 blocks away and certain he wasn't being followed. Then he ducked into an alley, leaned against the wall, and let out a breath he'd been holding for 15 minutes. His hands were shaking. Not from fear, from adrenaline. He just stared down one of the most dangerous men in Konoha's history and walked away intact. The shaking was his body catching up to what his mind had committed to. He needed to tell Tsunade. Danzo was moving, probing, testing defenses. The old Warhawk didn't know what Naruto had, but he knew something was there, and he was going to keep digging until he found it. The game was accelerating. Good, let it accelerate. Naruto was training harder, learning faster, and growing stronger with every passing day. Every hour that passed was an hour in his favor, more skills, more knowledge, more capability. Danzo was strong, but Danzo was static. He'd been the same man, running the same playbook for decades. Naruto was changing every day. Time was on his side. He just had to make sure he had enough of it. Naruto straightened up, left the alley, and headed for the Hokage Tower. It was late. Chapter 4. The game beneath the game. Tsunade's office smelled like cold tea and anxiety. She was standing behind her desk when Naruto walked in, and Shizune was beside her with a stack of papers clutched against her chest like a shield. Both women looked at him with the particular intensity of people who had been waiting for bad news and were about to receive it. "Danzo contacted me," Naruto said, closing the door behind him. No preamble, no pleasantries. It was 11:15 at night, and nobody in this room was in the mood for small talk. Tsunade's jaw tightened. "When?" "About an hour ago. 3 root agents intercepted me on the path from the estate. They brought me to an underground facility near Anbu headquarters. Danzo was waiting." "He took you underground to a root facility?" Shizune's voice pitched upward. "Naruto, he didn't try to hurt me. He tried to recruit me, or more accurately, he tried to figure out what I have on you and whether he could get me to hand it over." "What did you tell him?" Tsunade asked. "Nothing. I told him I wasn't interested in being his pawn. He told me I was making an enemy. I left." Naruto pulled out a chair and sat down. "He knows something is off. He doesn't know what I found, but he knows our arrangement isn't normal. His operatives have been watching me probably since the public announcement of my identity. He's piecing things together." Tsunade sank into her chair. The Hokage hat sat on its stand by the window, and for a moment she looked at it with the expression of someone who was very tired of wearing it. "This is what I was afraid of," she said. "Danzo has been patient because he didn't have a clear angle of attack, but you've changed the landscape. A Namikaze heir with sudden political standing and unprecedented access, it's a red flag. He's going to escalate. Then we need to be ready for what he does next. What he does next is dig. He'll pull financial records, interview staff, send root agents into every archive in this village looking for the same thing you found. If there are any other copies of those documents, there aren't. I checked. The originals I found were the only physical copies that survived your disposal efforts. Whatever digital or administrative records existed were wiped. You were thorough about that, at least." Naruto paused. "But Danzo doesn't need the exact documents. He just needs enough circumstantial evidence to make a case. Financial discrepancies, missing funds, unexplained transfers. If he gets a forensic accountant into the right records, he could reconstruct enough to be dangerous even without the smoking gun." Tsunade and Shizune exchanged a glance. Shizune's face was pale. "How much exposure is there?" Naruto asked, looking at Shizune. In the existing records, the ones you didn't destroy. Shizune set down the papers she'd been holding and folded her hands. She looked like someone about to confess, which in a sense she was. The transfers were routed through the GOA-7 account, which was created specifically for this purpose, and then dissolved after the funds were dispersed, Shizune said. I handled the paperwork personally. The creation and dissolution records were destroyed. But the source accounts the Veterans Fund, the Orphan Welfare Program, the Namikaze Uzumaki Trust. Those all show withdrawals that were attributed to various legitimate expenses. Infrastructure repairs, medical supply procurement, training equipment. The cover stories were plausible, and the approvals were backdated with the right signatures. But the money trail doesn't actually lead to infrastructure or medical supplies, Naruto said. No. If someone examined the supposed recipients, checked whether the repairs were actually done, whether the supplies were actually purchased, the cover would fall apart. Nobody's looked that closely because nobody had reason to. The oversight committees take the Hawkage's word for expenditure reports. Danzo won't take anyone's word for anything. He'll send root agents to verify every expenditure, every receipt, every work order. How long would that take? Shizune calculated. If he starts from scratch without knowing where to look, weeks, maybe a month. If he has a specific lead or someone points him in the right direction, days. Then we have weeks, Naruto said. At most, we need to use them. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, and thought. The room was quiet except for the clock and the distant sound of the night shift changing outside the tower. There are two problems, he said. The defensive problem and the offensive problem. Defensively, we need to shore up the financial trail. Clean up anything that could lead Danzo to the truth. Shizune, can you retroactively create the physical evidence for the cover stories? Fabricate work orders, procurement receipts, anything that would satisfy an audit. Shizune looked uncomfortable. I could, but that's additional fraud. If we're caught fabricating evidence, if Danzo finds the original fraud, the additional fraud is a rounding error. We're already committed. The question is whether we do this sloppily or thoroughly. She looked at Tsunade. Tsunade's expression was complicated shame, pragmatism, and something that might have been dark amusement at being strategically outmaneuvered by a teenager. Do it, Tsunade said. Quietly, use only materials that can't be traced to this office. Shizune nodded, her jaw set. Offensively? Naruto continued, we need to give Danzo a bigger problem than us, something that pulls his attention away from the financial records and toward a threat he cares about more. Such as himself. Naruto reached into his jacket and pulled out a scroll, not the one containing Tsunade's evidence, but a different one. He unrolled it on the desk. I've been doing some research of my own, not just into my family's legacy, into the village's power structure. Who holds what, who owes who, and where the bodies are buried. The scroll contained notes dense, cross-referenced, written in Naruto's increasingly precise hand. Names, dates, connections. A web of relationships and transactions that he'd assembled from public records, library archives, overheard conversations, and the remarkable intelligence-gathering capacity of several hundred shadow clones who looked like an unremarkable blonde kid and could go virtually anywhere in the village without being questioned. Danzo's root program was officially disbanded by the third Hokage years ago, Naruto said. But it's still operational. Everyone knows this. The problem is that knowing it and proving it are different things. Root operates through cutouts, coded communications, and operatives who have been conditioned to die rather than reveal information. Getting hard evidence is nearly impossible through conventional means. So what are you proposing? Tsunade asked. I'm proposing we stop being conventional. He tapped a section of the scroll. Root's operational security is built on the assumption that their enemies are playing by the rules that investigations will follow proper channels. Use authorized methods, and respect the legal boundaries that Root itself ignores. Nobody has ever gone after Danzo the way Danzo goes after everyone else. Because going after Danzo the way Danzo operates would make us no better than him, No, it would make us effective. There's a difference. Naruto held up a hand before Tsunade could object. I'm not talking about assassination or coercion. I'm talking about intelligence gathering. Shadow clones, transformation jutsu, surveillance. I can put eyes and ears in places Root doesn't expect because nobody expects a genin to be running a counterintelligence operation. Danzo has been watching me. I'm going to watch him back. Tsunade was quiet for a long moment. She looked at the scroll on her desk, at the web of connections Naruto had already assembled, at the strategic mind that was operating behind those blue eyes that looked so much like his father's. This is dangerous, she said. Everything worth doing is. If Danzo catches your clones, they disperse. No evidence, no trail, no connection back to me. Shadow clones are the perfect intelligence asset they don't break under interrogation because they stop existing. And what are you hoping to find? Naruto leaned back. The Uchiha massacre. The temperature in the room dropped. Not literally, the night air was mild, but something in the atmosphere shifted, a sudden weight that pressed against the walls and ceiling. What do you know about the Uchiha massacre? Tsunade asked carefully. I know the official story. Itachi Uchiha went insane and slaughtered his entire clan in a single night, acted alone. No motive given beyond sudden psychotic break. The survivors, just Sasuke, were given the Uchiha compound and essentially left alone. That's the classified briefing, yes. It's also garbage. I've spent time with Sasuke. I've fought alongside him and against him. Whatever else Itachi is, he's not insane. He's one of the most calculated, precise shinobi in recorded history. He graduated the academy at 7, activated his Sharingan at 8, made Anbu captain at 13. People like that don't have psychotic breaks. They have reasons. He watched Tsunade's face. She was trying very hard to keep it blank, and she was mostly succeeding, but there was a micro-tension around her eyes that told him he was on the right track. I think Danzo was involved, Naruto said. I think the massacre was ordered, not spontaneous. And I think the evidence of that involvement is the single most damaging piece of information anyone could ever hold over Shimura Danzo. The clock ticked. Shizune was standing very still by the bookshelf, not breathing. If that information exists, Tsunade said slowly, and if you could find it, it would be more than political leverage. It would be criminal evidence, the kind that could put Danzo in front of a tribunal. I know. It would also be the most dangerous secret in Konoha, more dangerous than what you found on me. The people who were involved in that decision, if it was a decision, would do anything to keep it buried, including killing the person who dug it up. I know that too, and you still want to pursue it. Danzo is going to come after us regardless. We can play defense and hope he doesn't find what he's looking for, or we can go on offense and find something that makes our secret look like a parking ticket. Which strategy do you think my father would have chosen? Tsunade was quiet for what felt like a very long time. Then she opened the bottom drawer of her desk, pulled out a sealed folder with more classification stamps on it than Naruto had ever seen on a single document, and set it on the desk between them. The third Hokage left this for me, she said. It was in the Hokage's vault, marked for the eyes of the sitting Hokage only. I read it when I took office. I've never shown it to anyone. She pushed it across the desk. Read it, then decide if you still want to go down this road. Naruto broke the seals and opened the folder. It took him 20 minutes to read. The document was a personal account written in the third Hokage's hand, detailing the events leading up to the Uchiha massacre. It described the growing tensions between the Uchiha clan and the village leadership. The Uchiha's planned coup d'etat, born from years of marginalization and suspicion following the Kyuubi attack. The failed negotiations. And, finally, the decision made by Danzo, with the reluctant acquiescence of the council elders Himura and Koharu, over the third Hokage's explicit objections to order the massacre. Itachi Uchiha had been the instrument. A 13-year-old Anbu captain, loyal to the village above all else, who had been given an impossible choice. Kill his clan to prevent a civil war, or watch the civil war destroy the village his family lived in. He'd chosen the village. He'd killed everyone except his little brother. The document described Danzo's role in explicit detail. He'd been the driving force behind the order. He'd manipulated the situation to eliminate a clan he'd always viewed as a threat. And in the aftermath, he'd harvested Sharingan eyes from the dead, transplanting them into his own body and into select root operatives, creating a private army enhanced with stolen bloodline abilities. Naruto set the document down. His hands were steady, but his mind was reeling. Sasuke. His teammate. His rival. His friend. The angry, broken boy who'd left the village to seek power from Orochimaru not because he was evil, but because he'd been lied to. Because the truth of what happened to his family had been hidden from him, and the rage that should have been directed at the people responsible had been aimed at the wrong target. Itachi hadn't gone insane. He'd been following orders. Danzo's orders. "The third knew," Naruto said. His voice sounded strange to his own ears. He knew the whole time. He objected, but he didn't stop it, and then he let Sasuke grow up believing his brother was a monster. "Sarutobi was a good man who made terrible compromises," Tsunade said. "That's not a defense, it's the truth." "And you knew. You've known since you took office. You've known what Danzo did, what the council did, and you haven't done anything about it." "What would you have me do? Go public. The resulting political crisis would tear the village apart. The surviving Uchiha Sasuke is a missing nin who defected to Orochimaru. Revealing the truth about the massacre would validate his defection, undermine the village's moral authority, and give every enemy nation ammunition to use against us. And Danzo would deny everything, destroy evidence, and probably succeed in having me removed from office before I could prove a thing." She met his gaze. "I'm not proud of my silence, but I chose it for reasons that go beyond self-preservation." Naruto stared at the document. The third Hokage's handwriting, precise and careful, describing the systematic murder of an entire clan with the clinical detachment of a mission report. Except this wasn't a mission. This was a massacre, ordered by the village's own leadership, carried out by a child and covered up for over a decade. "This is what I need," Naruto said. "Not for public release, not yet, but as leverage. Danzo comes after us, we let him know that we have the third's account of his involvement in the massacre. He backs off, or his entire world burns. That's mutually assured destruction. He'll know that releasing this information damages the village as much as it damages him. It damages his legacy and his freedom more than it damages the village. The village survived the massacre. It'll survive the truth, but Danzo won't survive a tribunal, and he knows it." Tsunade considered this. The calculation visible on her face, not whether he was right, but whether the risk was worth the protection. "Make copies of that document," she said finally. "Store them the same way you stored mine, multiple locations, dead man triggers, whatever security measures you've established. If Danzo suspects we have this, he won't just try political maneuvering. He'll try to eliminate the evidence and the people holding it." "I know." "Do you? Because we're not talking about financial fraud anymore. We're talking about a man who ordered the deaths of an entire clan. Adding another name or two to the list wouldn't cost him a moment's sleep." "Then we make sure he can't." Naruto stood up. "I need to formalize my dead man's switch, the one I bluffed about having during our first negotiation." Tsunade's eye twitched. "You bluffed?" "I had the documents for less than a day. Of course I bluffed." A sound escaped Tsunade that was halfway between a groan and a laugh. "You bluffed me. You walked into this office and bluffed the Hokage with a dead man's switch you hadn't built. It worked. It worked because I was too rattled to call it. Don't ever do that again. Build the real thing this time. Got it." He headed for the door. "I'll have the security measures in place within 48 hours. In the meantime, Shizune starts on the financial cover-up, and I'll begin deploying surveillance clones on Danzo's known associates." "Naruto," Tsunade's voice stopped him. "You're playing a game that has killed people far more experienced than you. People with decades of political savvy and networks of allies and resources you can't imagine. Danzo has been doing this longer than you've been alive." "I know." I need you to understand that knowing isn't enough. I need you to be careful, actually careful. Not your version of careful, which historically involves explosions. He looked back at her. The Hawkage, sitting behind her desk, surrounded by the weight of secrets that could destroy nations. She looked tired. She looked scared. And underneath all of that, she looked like someone who, for the first time in a long time, was not facing her problems alone. "I'll be careful," he said, "but I won't be timid. There's a difference." He left the tower and walked into the night. The next 48 hours were the most productive of Naruto's life. He started with the dead man's switch. The principle was simple store copies of the critical documents in locations that would automatically release them if he failed to check in regularly. The execution required more thought. He created 50 shadow clones, transformed them into unremarkable civilians, and sent them across the village with sealed copies of both evidence sets, the financial documents, and the third's account of the Uchiha massacre. Each clone placed its copy in a different location. Storage lockers, hidden compartments in public buildings, buried caches in the forests surrounding Konoha. 5 clones traveled to neighboring towns and left copies with specific individuals a retired shinobi Naruto had befriended during a mission, a postal service worker who owed him a favor, and 3 separate sealed letter depositories that would open their contents automatically if the registered holder failed to appear within a set time frame. It wasn't perfect. A sophisticated opponent with enough time and resources could theoretically locate and neutralize every copy. But Danzo would have to know where to look, and the distribution was wide enough that eliminating all of them before at least one reached public hands was practically impossible. The dead man's switch itself was a seal, one of the first original seals Naruto designed himself, building on the Uzumaki fundamentals he'd been studying. It was keyed to his chakra signature and required a specific pulse every 72 hours. If the pulse didn't come, the seal would activate and send a chakra signal to matching seals placed on each of the document caches, triggering their release mechanisms. It took him 6 hours to design, 12 hours to build, and another 6 to test. By the end, he had a functioning dead man's switch that would survive his death, his incapacitation, or his disappearance, and respond by scattering the most dangerous secrets in Konoha across the entire land of fire. He showed the seal design to Jiraiya, who studied it with the particular intensity of a seal master encountering something new. "This is original work," Jiraiya said, turning the schematic over in his hands. "The trigger mechanism is adapted from Uzumaki alarm seals, but the distributed activation network, that's yours. I've never seen this architecture before. I needed something that couldn't be disabled by neutralizing a single point. Each cache has an independent activation seal, but they're all linked to the master trigger through a resonance frequency. You'd have to find and disable every single one to prevent release." "How many caches?" "Enough," Jiraiya grinned. "Paranoid? Good. Your father was paranoid too about the right things." He handed the schematic back. "The design is sound. One suggestion: add a secondary trigger keyed to a different person's chakra. If you're incapacitated but alive, someone else can reset the timer on your behalf. Who would I trust with that?" "That's the question, isn't it?" Naruto thought about it. "Not long. Shizune. Interesting choice. She's already compromised. She has as much reason to keep these secrets controlled as I do, and she's proven she's loyal not to a cause but to people. She won't betray a person she's committed to." "And you think she's committed to you?" "I think she's committed to making things right. I'm the closest thing to right she's got." He added the secondary trigger, keyed it to Shizune's chakra signature with her nervous but willing cooperation, and the dead man's switch was complete. The surveillance operation was simpler to deploy, but harder to maintain. Naruto created a rotating network of transformed shadow clones, never more than 10 active at any time, to avoid the chakra drain becoming noticeable, positioned at key locations around Danzo's known haunts. The route headquarters entrance, the council building, Danzo's personal residence, and the 3 tea houses where his known associates regularly met. The clones were disguised as civilian street vendors, delivery workers, elderly pedestrians. They watched, listened, and dispersed when their time was up, sending their accumulated intelligence back to Naruto in a steady stream of memory dumps that he processed each evening in the library. Within the first week, the surveillance network produced results. Danzo was indeed investigating the financial irregularities. He'd assigned a team of root analysts to audit the Hokkage's discretionary spending, working from publicly available budget reports and cross-referencing them against procurement records. They were methodical, thorough, and exactly as dangerous as Shizune had predicted. But they were also visible to Naruto's clones, at least. He tracked their movements, identified the records they were accessing, and fed the information back to Shizune, who stayed one step ahead, ensuring that every record the root analysts touched had been retroactively bolstered with fabricated supporting documentation. It was a game of cat and mouse, played at a pace that would have been impossible without shadow clones. Danzo's people pulled a procurement record. Shizune fabricated the corresponding work order. They requested verification of a medical supply shipment. A clone posing as a warehouse clerk confirmed the delivery. They examined the Veterans Fund withdrawal authorization. They found a backdated requisition from the hospital that matched the amount exactly. Layer by layer, the cover story thickened and solidified. "This won't hold forever," Shizune warned during a midnight meeting in the Hokkage's office. She looked exhausted, the double duty of her regular work, and the fabrication effort was wearing her thin. Every fake document creates a potential point of failure. If they find even one inconsistency, they won't, Naruto said. Because we're not just creating documents, we're creating a narrative. Every piece supports every other piece. It's a story, and it's a good one, and Danzo's analysts are going to follow it to its logical conclusion, that the Hokkage's discretionary spending was aggressive but legitimate. You hope. I know, because I've been reading Danzo's analysts' reports. Shizune blinked. How, clone? Transformed as a janitor in the building where they're working. Reads their notes when they go to lunch. He shrugged at her expression. What? You said they take a full hour. The second major development came through an unexpected channel. Sakura found him. He was training alone at the Namikaze estate. Taijutsu forms in the courtyard. The interceptor style flowing through his body with increasing fluidity when he heard someone at the gate. He stopped, turned, and saw Sakura standing at the entrance with an expression that mixed uncertainty with determination in roughly equal parts. Sakura! The guards at the tower told me where to find you. I asked to see you and they pointed me here. She looked around the courtyard, the overgrown garden, the traditional buildings, the Namikaze crest above the door. So this is real. You're really the fourth Hokkage's son. Yeah, why didn't you tell me? I didn't know, not until recently. She stepped through the gate, her eyes scanning the compound with the analytical thoroughness that made her one of the sharpest minds in their age group. She was wearing her standard outfit, her pink hair tied back, and there was something in her bearing that was different from the Sakura he remembered, more settled, more serious. Tsunade's training was changing her the same way his own training was changing him. I've been watching you, she said. Not in a creepy way, in a noticing way. You've changed, Naruto. Your taijutsu is completely different. Your chakra feels different when you're near me. And I heard from Ino, who heard from Shikamaru, who heard from his dad, that you've been attending council sessions as an observer. She crossed her arms. What's going on? He could lie, deflect, give her the public story, hidden identity, revealed birthright, standard political process. She'd probably accept it. Sakura was smart, but she was also conditioned to trust authority, and the official narrative was plausible. But Sakura was also his teammate, one of the few people in his life who had seen him at his worst and his best, who had fought beside him, who had grieved with him when Sasuke left. She deserved better than the sanitized version. Sit down, he said. I'll tell you what I can. They sat on the Ingawa of the main house, legs dangling over the edge, the courtyard spread out before them in the afternoon light. He told her the broad strokes, not the specifics of Tsunade's crime or the Uchiha revelation, but the general shape of it. That he'd discovered he had a significant inheritance that had been mismanaged. That he'd negotiated for access to his family's resources. That he was training intensively to make up for years of lost time. Mismanaged, Sakura repeated. That's a diplomatic word for whatever actually happened. It's the word I'm using. Naruto, I'm not stupid. Something happened between you and Tsunade Shishu. She's been different since you started training with her, more focused, more present. She hasn't missed a single session with me in 3 weeks, and before that she canceled at least twice a week. Something shook her. Some things aren't mine to share. Is she in trouble? He considered the question, not whether to answer, but how to answer in a way that was honest without being compromising. She was in trouble, he said. We're working on getting her out of it, that's all I can say. Sakura studied his face with those green eyes that saw more than most people gave her credit for. Then she nodded slowly, accepting the boundary. Can I help? Actually, yeah. He turned to face her fully. You're Tsunade's apprentice? You have access to her office, her schedule, her communications. I'm not asking you to spy on her, that's not what this is. But I need someone inside her circle who I trust. Someone who can tell me if something seems wrong. If she's being pressured, if unusual people are requesting meetings, if documents show up that shouldn't be there. You want me to be a lookout. I want you to be aware. There are people in this village who are trying to destabilize the Hokage's position. I'm working to prevent that. Having another set of eyes, especially ones as sharp as yours, would help. Sakura's expression shifted. The uncertainty was gone, replaced by something harder and more committed. She'd always been the most analytically gifted member of Team 7, and being given a purpose that used that gift lit something behind her eyes. I'll do it, but I want something in return. Name it. Teach me what you're learning. Not all of it I know, some of it is Namikaze-specific. But the sealing techniques, the chakra control methods, anything that's transferable. Tsunade Shishu is an incredible teacher, but she focuses on medical jutsu. I want to be more than a medic. Done. Come by the library after your regular training sessions. I'll have clones ready to work with you on sealing fundamentals. She smiled a real smile, not the guarded, polite expression she usually wore around him. For a moment, she looked like the 12-year-old girl who'd stood beside him at the bridge in the land of waves, terrified but refusing to run. You really have changed, she said. Growing up will do that. It's not just growing up, it's, she searched for the word. Direction, you have direction now. Before, you were all energy and no vector. Now there's a vector. Did you just describe me using physics terminology? I've been studying. So have I. He stood and offered her a hand up. Come on, I'll show you the library. Her reaction to the underground hall was similar to his own awe, followed by intense scholarly hunger. Sakura's eyes went wide at the shelves of scrolls and notebooks, wider at the seal schematics on the walls, and widest at the section on medical chakra theory that Minato had compiled from multiple sources. This is years of study, she breathed, running her fingers along the spines. Decades, maybe. Your father collected techniques from every discipline, and my mother added the sealing arts. Her scrolls are on the left wall. Sakura pulled an Uzumaki sealing primer from the shelf and opened it with the reverence of someone handling a sacred text. Within 30 seconds, she was completely absorbed, sitting cross-legged on the floor, reading with the intense focus that made her the top academic student of their graduating class. Naruto let her read and went back to his own work. The council session 3 days later was where everything nearly fell apart. Naruto attended as an observer, per his agreement with Tsunade. He sat in a chair along the back wall of the council chamber, silent, watching, absorbing the political dynamics of the village's governing body. The council consisted of the Hokage, the 2 elder advisors Hamura and Koharu, the clan heads, and the Jounin commander. Danzo attended in an unofficial advisory capacity that nobody had ever formally authorized, but nobody had ever formally challenged. The session was routine budget allocations, mission assignments, a dispute between two merchant guilds that required arbitration. Naruto watched and learned. He noted who deferred to whom, who spoke and who listened, where the alliances were and where the tensions ran. Political mapping. Kakashi's lessons in action. Then Danzo spoke. "I'd like to raise a matter of financial oversight," he said, his voice carrying the particular authority of someone who expected to be heard. "It has come to my attention that certain discretionary expenditures from the Hawkage's office over the past fiscal period may warrant closer examination." The room shifted. It was subtle, a tightening of postures, a narrowing of eyes, the collective intake of breath that preceded political combat. Tsunade's hands, resting on the table in front of her, didn't move. Her face didn't change, but Naruto could see the tension in her shoulders. "Discretionary expenditures are within the Hokage's authority," Hamura said mildly. "They don't require council approval." "They don't require approval," Danzo agreed. "But they are subject to review. I'm requesting a formal audit of the Hokage's discretionary spending for the past 24 months. "On what basis?" Tsunade asked. Her voice was steady. "Good. On the basis of fiscal responsibility. The village's reserves have declined by an amount that warrants explanation. Several departmental budgets, including Veterans Affairs and Social Services, have reported shortfalls that don't align with their allocated funding. A routine audit would clarify any discrepancies." He said it casually. "Reasonably. The way you'd suggest reviewing a restaurant bill that seemed slightly too high, but there was nothing casual about it. This was a calculated move, an opening salvo designed to create a formal investigation that would give Danzo's people legitimate access to the very records they'd been trying to examine covertly. A formal audit is a significant undertaking," Shikaku Nara said from his seat among the clan heads. The Jounin commander's voice was lazy, but his eyes were sharp. "It would tie up administrative resources for weeks. Is there a specific concern driving this request, or is it a general fishing expedition?" "I don't fish, Nara-san. I observe, and what I've observed warrants investigation." The clan heads exchanged glances. Naruto read the room. Some were sympathetic to Danzo's position, others were suspicious of his motives, and a few were simply waiting to see which way the wind blew. He had to do something. Not speak. He wasn't authorized to address the council, but do something. Because, if a formal audit was approved, all of Shizun's careful fabrication work would be subjected to the kind of scrutiny it might not survive. He caught Shikaku Nara's eye across the room. The Jounin commander looked at him, and Naruto saw the man's gaze sharpen, the legendary Nara intelligence engaging, recognizing that the young observer in the back of the room was trying to communicate something. Naruto held up one finger. Subtle, hidden from most of the room by his position against the wall. Then he pointed very slightly at Danzo. Then he made a gesture that Shikaku would recognize from tactical sign language. Diversion, misdirection, hidden objective. Shikaku's expression didn't change. But he blinked once, slowly, in acknowledgement. "If we're discussing financial oversight," Shikaku said, turning back to the table, "perhaps we should broaden the scope. The Hokage's discretionary spending is one area, but there are others. The Anbu operational budget, for instance, has been opaque for years, and there are persistent rumors about off-the-books programs that consume resources without council knowledge or approval." He paused. "A truly comprehensive audit would examine all areas of questionable spending, not just the Hokage's." The shift in the room was immediate. Danzo's visible eye narrowed by a fraction. Several clan heads leaned forward with interest. Hayashi Hyuga, normally a stone-faced observer, raised an eyebrow at the Anbu reference. Danzo had walked into his own trap. He'd proposed an audit as a weapon against Tsunade, and Shikaku had turned it into a weapon that pointed in every direction, including at root, which had been consuming unauthorized resources for years, and could not survive the kind of scrutiny Shikaku was describing. "A comprehensive audit is unnecessary," Danzo said, his voice still measured but carrying a new edge. My concern is specific to the Hokage discretionary with respect, Shimura-san. Hayashi Hyuga interjected. If we're going to spend weeks auditing village finances, it should be thorough. The Hyuga clan has long had questions about where certain Anbu operational funds are directed. A selective audit that examines only the Hokage spending while ignoring other potential irregularities would be incomplete and, frankly, politically motivated. Murmurs of agreement from several clan heads. Danzo's proposal was turning against him in real time, and Naruto could see the calculation happening behind his eye, the rapid reassessment of a plan that had gone wrong. Perhaps we table this discussion for a future session, Koharu suggested, her thin voice cutting through the murmurs. Allow Shimura-san and Nara-san to develop their respective proposals and present them formally. Seconded, Hamura said. Tsunade nodded. Tabled, we'll revisit at the next session. Any further business? There wasn't. The session ended, the council members filed out, and Naruto remained in his chair until the room was empty except for him and Tsunade. Shikaku, she said. Not a question. He read the situation. I just pointed him in the right direction. You communicated with a council member during a session you were attending as a silent observer. I used tactical sign language from across a room without speaking. She stopped, rubbed her forehead. That's actually impressive. Don't do it again. Danzo's going to regroup. The comprehensive audit threat will make him cautious about pushing the selective audit, but it won't stop him. He'll find another angle. I know, but you bought us time, and you turned a council ally without saying a word. She looked at him with an expression he was starting to recognize, the one that said she was adjusting her mental model of who he was, upgrading it, expanding it to accommodate capabilities she hadn't anticipated. Your father was good at politics. Your mother was terrible at them. You seem to have gotten the best of both. I got my mom's temper too, I'm just better at hiding it. The next 2 weeks were a controlled escalation, Danzo probed. Naruto countered. Danzo sent root agents to investigate the merchant guilds that had supposedly received Hokage discretionary funds. Naruto's clones had already established paper trails at each guild, complete with falsified invoices, payment confirmations, and grateful letters acknowledging the village's generosity. The root agents found exactly what they expected to find. Normal government spending, properly documented, nothing to see. Meanwhile, Naruto's surveillance network captured something far more valuable, a meeting. Danzo, in a private room at a tea house in the old district, sitting across from a man Naruto didn't recognize, tall, thin, wearing the robes of a high-ranking bureaucrat from the fire capital. They talked for 2 hours. Naruto's clone, disguised as a server, caught fragments of the conversation. Council support for a vote of no confidence. The daimyo's concerns about village stability. Transition of leadership would require. Shimura-san's qualifications are, of course, beyond question. Danzo was lobbying the daimyo's office. Not just for a Konoha internal power shift, but for external political pressure. If he could convince the fire daimyo that Tsunade was unfit for office, the resulting political crisis would give him the opening he needed to claim the Hokage seat, regardless of what evidence he did or didn't have about her finances. This was bigger than Naruto had anticipated. Danzo wasn't just digging for dirt. He was building a coalition, an external coalition that could bypass the village council entirely and impose a leadership change from above. Naruto brought the intelligence to Tsunade, then to Jiraiya, then to Kakashi. The 4 of them plus Shizune sat in the Hokage's office well past midnight, mapping the threat. The daimyo angle is dangerous, Jiraiya said. He was leaning against the windowsill, arms crossed, his usually jovial face set in grim lines. If Danzo gets the Fire Lord's ear, it doesn't matter what the council thinks. The daimyo has the authority to request a Hokage's removal. It's never been used, but the legal framework exists. Can we counter at the capital? Tsunade asked. I have contacts there. I can make sure the daimyo hears an alternative perspective, but it'll take time and Danzo already has a head start. I can help with that, Naruto said. Everyone looked at him. The Namikaze name carries weight outside the village. My father was a war hero. The daimyo's court remembers him. If the newly revealed son of the fourth Hokage publicly supports the current Hokage and expresses confidence in her leadership, it undermines Danzo's narrative of instability. You want to play politics at the capital level, Kakashi said. You're 13. 14 in 2 months. And the daimyo won't know how old I am if I write a formal letter on Namikaze clan stationery. Jiraiya snorted. Kid's got a point. A letter from the Namikaze heir endorsing Tsunade and expressing concerns about certain elements within the village that seek to destabilize leadership for personal gain would land like a bomb in the capital. The daimyo's court loves this kind of intrigue. Draft it, Tsunade said. I'll review it before it's sent, and Jiraiya go to the capital, in person, make sure this lands with the right people. On my way tomorrow. Naruto spent the rest of that night in the library, but not studying jutsu. He was studying politics, his father's personal correspondence, which included letters to and from the daimyo's office, diplomatic communications with other villages, and internal memos that revealed the intricate web of relationships that governed the shinobi world beyond the battlefield. His father had been a diplomat as well as a warrior. The correspondence showed a mind that understood power not just as physical force, but as the ability to shape narratives, build alliances, and create situations where the desired outcome was also the easiest outcome. Every letter was crafted not manipulatively, but strategically, guiding the reader toward conclusions that served Konoha's interests while appearing to serve theirs. Naruto wrote his letter to the daimyo's court. 3 drafts. The first was too aggressive. The second was too diplomatic. The third was just right respectful, confident, carrying the implicit weight of the Namikaze legacy without being arrogant about it. He expressed gratitude for the daimyo's continued support of Konoha, confidence in Tsunade's leadership during a time of rebuilding, and a subtle but unmistakable warning about internal elements that might seek to use the capital's authority for factional purposes. Tsunade read the final draft and made 2 minor edits. "This is good," she said, and the surprise in her voice was only slightly insulting. "Your father's influence is obvious. I had a good source library." The letter went out with Jiraiya the next morning. The sage traveled fast when motivated, and he was very motivated. Whatever else could be said about Jiraiya's failures as a godfather, his commitment to protecting Minato's legacy now that he'd been shaken out of his complacency was fierce. While the political maneuvering played out at the capital, Naruto's training continued to accelerate. The Wind Nature Rasengan was the breakthrough he'd been working toward. Asuma's wind training had given him the foundation. The Rasengan itself was muscle memory at this point. Combining them was the challenge, like trying to spin a top and set it on fire simultaneously, as Asuma had described it. The trick, when it finally came, was shadow clones, not using clones to train the technique, although that helped. Using clones as an actual component of the technique. One clone maintained the Rasengan's rotation, while Naruto layered wind nature on top of it, and a second clone shaped the result into a stable configuration. 3 sets of hands, 3 streams of chakra, working in concert to create something that none of them could achieve alone. The result was devastating. The first successful test obliterated a training post, not broke it, not cut it. Obliterated it reduced a foot-thick wooden post to a cloud of splinters and sawdust that scattered across the training ground like a small explosion. The shockwave knocked Naruto and both clones backward, and the technique carved a trench in the earth beyond the post's location that was 15 feet long and 6 inches deep. Asuma, who had been observing from what he'd thought was a safe distance, lowered the arm he'd raised to shield his face and stared at the destruction with an expression of profound disbelief. "What?" he said. "The hell was that?" Naruto looked at his hand. The skin was torn. The technique had damaged him on release, the wind nature cutting indiscriminately. He healed it with a pulse of medical chakra, barely thinking about it, and flexed his fingers. "Wind style. Rasen Shuriken," he said. The name came to him fully formed, as if it had been waiting. That's what it is. That's an S-rank technique, at minimum, possibly higher. Do you understand what you just created? A weapon. A weapon that could bisect a building. The wind nature isn't just cutting, it's shredding. At a cellular level, I could feel it from here. Anything caught in that attack would be destroyed at the molecular level. Asuma was pacing, cigarette forgotten between his fingers. Your father theorized about this, the completed Rasengan, the version he never finished. You just finished it. It's not done yet. I need 3 people to form it. That's a combat limitation I can't afford. 3 people? You used clones. That's 1 person. 1 person who has to stand still for 4 seconds to form the technique. 4 seconds in a real fight is a death sentence. I need to get it down to solo formation, instant deployment. You just invented an S-rank jutsu and your first reaction is that it's not good enough. My first reaction is that it has potential. Potential isn't the same as power. Power is potential realized. He picked up his training scroll. Let's go again. They went again, and again, and again. For hours, until the training ground looked like it had been hit by a concentrated tornado and Naruto's hands were raw and healing and raw again. Each iteration was slightly faster, slightly more controlled, slightly more efficient. The clones' coordination improved. The formation time dropped from 4 seconds to 3, then to 2.5. It wasn't enough, not yet, but it was progress. That evening, sitting on the engawa of his parents' house with his battered hands in a basin of warm water, Naruto felt something shift, not inside him, around him. In the village. In the way people looked at him when he walked the streets, in the way the guards at the tower nodded to him. In the way Konohamaru and his friends trailed after him with wide eyes, asking questions he didn't have time to answer. The village was waking up to what he was becoming. He wasn't the demon kid anymore. He wasn't the dead last prankster, the loud-mouthed genin, the boy everyone ignored or despised. He was the Namikaze heir, the student of 3 Sannin-level teachers, the shinobi who trained from before dawn until past midnight and was growing stronger every single day at a rate that the jounin were starting to whisper about. He was becoming someone. Not slowly, not gradually, not in the quiet, invisible way that most shinobi developed over years of steady service. He was becoming someone in the way a bonfire becomes visible suddenly, unmistakably, impossible to look away from. And Danzo could see the flames. The attack came 4 days before the next council session, 3 root operatives. Not the surveillance type, the combat type. They came at him on the ridge path near the estate at dusk, when the light was failing and the shadows were deep. No masks this time, no pretense of an invitation. Naruto felt them a heartbeat before they struck. The sensor seals he'd placed along the path, his own design, Uzumaki-derived, practically invisible, pulsed a warning directly into his chakra network. 3 signatures, converging, fast. He didn't run. He didn't call for help. He turned to face them and dropped into the interceptor stance that Kakashi had drilled into his bones. The first operative came from above a diving strike with a tanto aimed at his neck. Naruto sidestepped, caught the man's wrist as it passed, and redirected his momentum into the ground. The operative hit the path hard enough to crack stone. Naruto followed with a wind-enhanced palm strike to the chest that sent the man ragdolling backward into the trees. The second and third came together, coordinated, flanking. One went high with a kick while the other went low with a sweep. Classic root coordination textbook, efficient, deadly. Naruto had studied their patterns through weeks of surveillance. He knew their formations the way you knew the lyrics to a song you'd heard 1,000 times. He jumped the sweep, blocked the high kick with a forearm reinforced with medical chakra, hardening the bone density the way Tsunade had taught him, and punched the low attacker in the face with enough force to shatter the blank white mask underneath. The operative crumpled. The high attacker recovered and came at him again, faster now, more committed, the precision of a conditioned killer who had been given an objective and would complete it or die trying. Naruto formed a Rasengan in his right hand. No clones, no wind nature. just the base technique, blazing blue and screaming with rotating chakra. The operative saw it, tried to change direction, and was a fraction of a second too slow. The Rasengan caught him in the shoulder and spun him sideways, shredding his armor and sending him spiraling into a tree trunk with a crack that was either wood or bone. Silence. 3 root operatives. 9 seconds. All 3 down. Naruto stood on the path, Rasengan fading from his hand, breathing hard but steady. The adrenaline was there hot and sharp, pumping through his veins, but it was controlled. Focused. Not the wild, panicked energy of his early fights, but the cold clarity of someone who had been trained to function in violence. He checked the 3 operatives. All alive, he'd controlled his force precisely enough to incapacitate without killing. The one he'd hit with the Rasengan had a shattered shoulder and probable internal injuries. The others had concussions and broken bones. He created shadow clones and had them restrain all 3 with sealing restraints, Uzumaki containment seals that suppressed chakra and prevented movement. Then he picked up the one with the shattered mask and looked at the face underneath. Young, maybe 16. Blank eyes, the particular emptiness of someone whose emotional responses had been systematically conditioned away, a child soldier, Danzo's product. Naruto set the operative down gently and stood up. His hands were shaking not from the fight, but from the anger that was building behind his sternum like a pressure wave. 3 kids. Danzo had sent 3 kids to kill him, or capture him, or whatever the objective was, it didn't matter. The point was that Danzo had looked at this situation, assessed the threat Naruto represented, and responded by sending conditioned child soldiers to neutralize it. This was what Danzo was. This was what he'd always been. A man who used children as weapons and discarded them when they broke. Naruto picked up the unconscious operatives, one by one, and carried them to the Hokage Tower. Tsunade's face, when she saw what he'd brought, went through a rapid series of expressions: shock, fury, calculation, and finally a cold, settled determination that Naruto recognized as the Hokage mode she wore when decisions had to be made and sentiment couldn't be afforded. "He sent combat operatives after you," she said. "Not a question, 3 of them, on the ridge path. They weren't there to talk." She examined the 3 unconscious root agents with medical efficiency, cataloging their injuries and their conditioning with the practiced eye of someone who had seen this kind of damage before. "Tongue seals," she said, pointing to the mark on one operative's tongue. "Standard root conditioning. They can't speak about their missions or their master even under interrogation. The seals would kill them first. Can you remove them? Possibly. It would take time and very precise seal work. These are Danzo's proprietary designs. Then we have 3 witnesses he can't silence if we break his seals. 3 living proof of Root's continued operation, its use of child soldiers, and its deployment against the Namikaze air. That's enough for a tribunal." Tsunade looked at him. "You want to move against Danzo now?" "He moved against me. This isn't strategy anymore. This is self-defense." She stood up from the examination table. Behind her, Shizune was already securing the 3 operatives in the tower's medical holding facility, a secure ward designed for prisoners who required medical attention. "The next council session is in 4 days, Tsunade said. "If we're going to do this, we do it there, publicly, with evidence that can't be denied and witnesses that can't be dismissed." She paused. "Are you ready for what that means?" "I've been ready since I walked into your office with a takeout menu." Tsunade's mouth twitched, not quite a smile, something more complex. Something that carried the weight of everything that had happened between them: the crime, the confrontation, the agreement, the training, the late-night strategy sessions, the slow and grudging development of something that wasn't quite trust, but was in the same neighborhood. 4 days, she said. "Let's make them count." Chapter 5. What it means to be Hokage. The council chamber smelled like old wood and fresh tension. Naruto arrived 30 minutes early. He'd never been early for anything in his life, but today wasn't a day for habits. Today was a day for precision. He took his usual seat along the back wall, the observer's chair. the one that kept him visible but voiceless and watched the room fill. The chamber was a semicircular space with tiered seating arranged around a central floor where the Hokage table sat. The clan heads filed in first, taking their assigned positions with the practiced formality of people who had done this 1,000 times. Hayashi Hyuuga, rigid and pale-eyed, settling into his seat like a man sitting on a throne. Shikaku Nara, slouching into his chair with an energy that suggested he'd rather be napping. Tsume Inuzuka, flanked by her massive war hound, radiating the particular impatience of someone who considered politics a waste of perfectly good hunting time. Inoichi Yamanaka and Choza Kamichi, murmuring to each other about something that made Choza frown and Inoichi shake his head. The elders came next. Hamura and Koharu, ancient and watchful, taking their seats at the Hokage's flanks with the slow deliberation of people who measured every movement against its political cost. They'd been on this council since before Naruto's father was born. They'd survived 3 Hokage transitions, a world war, the Kyuubi attack, and Orochimaru's invasion. Whatever happened today, they would calculate its impact with the cold efficiency of accountants tallying a ledger. Danzo entered last. Or rather, Danzo was simply there. Naruto didn't see him walk in, didn't hear the door, just looked up and found the old man seated in his unofficial advisory position at the table's edge, bandaged and still, his visible eye already fixed on Naruto with an expression of absolute nothing. He knows something is coming, Naruto thought. He doesn't know what, but he can feel the current shifting. Tsunade arrived exactly on time. She walked to the Hokage seat with a stride that carried none of the hesitation or heaviness Naruto had seen in her private moments. This was the public Tsunade the Sannin, the Slug Princess, the 5th Hokage in full regalia. The hat was on her head, the robes were crisp. Her back was straight, and her eyes were clear, and she sat down behind the table with the controlled authority of a woman who had decided, after a long period of doubt, exactly who she was going to be today. "This session is called to order," she said. "Standard business first, clan reports." The first 40 minutes were routine. Agricultural output from the Akamichi managed farmlands, border patrol updates from the Inuzuka tracking teams. A request from the Hyuuga for expanded training ground access, which Tsunade approved without discussion. The mundane machinery of village governance, turning as it always turned. Naruto waited. His hands were folded in his lap, his posture relaxed, his breathing even. Underneath the calm exterior, his mind was running through the sequence he'd rehearsed a dozen times. Every word planned. Every contingency mapped. Jiraiya's letter from the capital had arrived yesterday. The daimyo's office had received the Namikaze correspondence with great interest and was monitoring developments in Konoha with close attention. Translation: the Fire Lord was watching, and Danzo's backroom lobbying had been noted and countered. The chess pieces were in position, all of them. "Old business," Tsunade said. At the previous session, Shimura Danzo raised the matter of a financial audit of the Hokage's discretionary spending. Nara Shikaku proposed broadening the scope to include all areas of questionable expenditure. The matter was tabled for further discussion. She looked around the table. Do either party wish to present formal proposals? This was the trigger. The moment Danzo would push his audit forward, and the moment the trap would close. Danzo shifted slightly in his seat. His visible eye swept the room, reading the council members the way a general reads terrain before a battle. Whatever he saw must have satisfied him, because he inclined his head and spoke. "I maintain my position. A targeted audit of the Hokage's discretionary spending is warranted by the financial discrepancies I've identified. I have prepared a formal request document outlining the specific concerns." He produced a scroll from his robes and set it on the table. "And I ask that the council vote on its approval." Shikaku yawned elaborately. "And I maintain that a targeted audit is politically motivated and procedurally incomplete. If we're auditing anyone, we audit everyone. I have my own formal request." He produced his own scroll, thicker than Danzo's, and set it on the table. Full comprehensive audit, all departments, all discretionary budgets, including Anbu operations. That's excessive, Danzo said. Anbu operations involve classified information that cannot be subjected to. Classified doesn't mean exempt. The council has oversight authority over all village operations, including Anbu. That's in the village charter. The charter also provides for operational security exceptions, which are granted by the Hawkage, not self-declared by department heads. The exchange was sharp, but controlled two experienced political operators testing each other's positions. The clan heads watched with the particular attention of people who knew they were about to be asked to choose a side. Tsunade let the exchange play out for another minute, then raised a hand. "I have a third option to present." The room went quiet. "Before we discuss audits of any kind, there is a matter of significantly greater urgency that requires the Council's immediate attention." She reached beneath the table and produced a sealed folder, thick, heavy, marked with classification stamps. "I am invoking Article 12 of the Village Charter. Emergency disclosure of classified information to the full Council on grounds of imminent threat to village security." Hamura and Koharu exchanged a sharp glance. Article 12 was rarely invoked. It was the mechanism by which the Hawkage could declassify information that the Council needed to know, overriding normal security protocols. Its use implied something serious, something that couldn't wait for standard channels. "The nature of the disclosure?" Hamura asked. "The continued illegal operation of the Root Division under Shimura Danzo's command in direct violation of the Third Hawkage disbandment order, including evidence of unauthorized missions, illegal conscription of minors, theft of village resources, and—" she paused, and her gaze settled on Danzo with the weight of a mountain. "The deployment of Root combat operatives against Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki, recognized heir of the Fourth Hawkage, 4 days ago." The silence that followed was so complete that Naruto could hear his own heartbeat. Danzo didn't move, didn't blink. His visible eye remained fixed on Tsunade with the steady, unblinking focus of a snake watching a mongoose. The only sign that the words had registered was a minute tightening of the fingers on his cane, a millimeter of movement that betrayed the calculations happening at furious speed behind that weathered face. "That is a serious accusation," Danzo said. His voice was perfectly level, and entirely unfounded. "The 3 Root operatives currently in the Hawkage Tower's medical holding facility would suggest otherwise." Tsunade opened the folder and began placing documents on the table, one by one, with the deliberate pace of someone laying cards in a game they'd already won. Medical examination reports documenting Root-specific conditioning markers, including tongue seals designed to prevent disclosure. Chakra signature analysis confirming the operative's presence on the path to the Namikaze estate at the time of the attack. Testimony from the target himself, corroborated by physical evidence from the scene specifically. Root issued weaponry and equipment recovered from the 3 incapacitated operatives. She spread the documents across the table for the Council to see. Each one was stamped, signed, and verified the product of 4 days of meticulous preparation by Tsunade, Shizyun, and 3 trusted medical nin who had examined the captured operatives. "Furthermore," Tsunade continued, "an investigation into Root's operational history has produced evidence of systematic resource diversion from Anbu official budget to fund unauthorized Root operations. The very financial discrepancies that Shimura-sen attributed to my discretionary spending are, in fact, traceable to Root's shadow budget." She placed the final document on the table, "including the diversion of funds from the Veterans Medical Fund and the Orphan Welfare Program." Naruto watched Danzo's face. The old man's expression hadn't changed, still that mask of calm authority, still the measured stillness of a man who had weathered political storms for decades. But something had shifted behind his eye, a recalculation, the recognition that the battlefield had changed under his feet, Tsunade had just done something extraordinary. She'd taken her own crime, the embezzlement, the fund diversions, and laid it at Danzo's feet. Not the specifics, not the gambling debts, but the financial irregularities themselves, the missing funds, the depleted accounts. She'd reframed them as consequences of Root's unauthorized operations rather than her own misconduct. It was a lie built on a truth. Root did consume unauthorized resources. Root did operate a shadow budget that siphoned from legitimate village funds. The amounts didn't match exactly Tsunade's personal embezzlement, and Root's resource theft were separate crimes. But the overlap was close enough, and the documentation was complex enough, that distinguishing between them would require exactly the kind of comprehensive audit that Danzo had been trying to avoid. She'd turned his own weapon against him. "These accusations are fabricated," Danzo said, but the absolute certainty was gone from his voice, replaced by something harder, the tone of a man shifting from politics to survival. "The operatives in your custody are not Root agents. Root was disbanded in accordance with the Third Hokkage's orders. The tongue seals on these operatives are your proprietary design, Shimura-san." Tsunade's voice was iron. "They match no other known seal configuration in Konoha's records. They are keyed to your chakra signature. There is no plausible explanation for their presence on these individuals other than that you placed them there as part of an active conditioning program. Tongue seals can be forged, not these. I examined them personally. My expertise in medical sealing is, I believe, beyond question in this room." She looked around the table. Any objections to that assessment? Nobody objected. Nobody was going to tell the greatest medical ninja in history that she was wrong about a seal she'd examined with her own chakra. Danzo's hand tightened on his cane. The knuckles went white beneath the bandages. "I'd like to hear from the target of the alleged attack," Hayashi Hyuga said. His voice cut through the tension with the precision of a surgical instrument. "Namikaze Uzumaki is present as an observer. I believe the circumstances warrant his testimony." "Agreed," Shikaku said. Tsum nodded. Choser and Inoichi voiced their assent. Tsunade turned to look at Naruto. "The council requests your account of the events of 4 days ago. You may address the chamber." Naruto stood up. Every eye in the room was on him. Clan heads, elders, the Hokage, and the man who had sent 3 killers after him, all watching, all waiting, all measuring. This was the moment he'd been building toward, not just for 4 days, for his entire life. Every battle, every lesson, every night spent studying in his father's library, every morning spent getting punched by Tsunade, every conversation with Kakashi about tactics and positioning, and the art of reading a room, all of it had been preparation for this. He walked to the center of the chamber floor. He didn't hurry. He didn't drag his feet. He moved with the measured, confident stride of someone who belonged there, who had always belonged there, even when the room hadn't known it. 4 days ago, he said. At approximately 1800 hours, I was walking the path from the Namikaze estate to the main village road. I detected 3 suppressed chakra signatures in the trees flanking the path, positioned in a triangular formation consistent with standard root ambush configurations. He spoke clearly, without notes, without hesitation. The facts first, clean and chronological. The 3 operatives engaged simultaneously. Their objective appeared to be incapacitation or capture rather than assassination. Their initial strikes targeted non-lethal points, and their formation was designed to surround and contain rather than kill. I engaged all 3 and neutralized them in approximately 9 seconds. Tsum Inuzuka's eyebrows rose. 9 seconds against 3 root operatives was not a genin-level performance, and everyone in the room knew it. After incapacitating the operatives, I examined their equipment and physical conditioning. Their weapons were standard root issue, unmarked, untraceable, stripped of identifying features. Their bodies showed signs of long-term physical and psychological conditioning consistent with root training protocols. One operative, upon mask removal, appeared to be approximately 16 years old. He let that land. A 16-year-old, sent to attack the son of the fourth Hokage, the implications settled over the room like snow. I restrained all three operatives using sealing techniques and transported them to the Hokage Tower for medical examination and secure detention. Hokage Sama's examination confirmed the root conditioning markers, including the tongue seals keyed to Shimura Danzo's chakra signature. He stopped, turned to face Danzo directly. The old man was watching him with an expression that had evolved beyond political calculation into something rawer. Not fear, Naruto doubted. Danzo had felt fear in decades, something closer to reassessment. The particular intensity of a predator realizing that the prey it had been stalking was, in fact, another predator entirely. "I want to be clear about something," Naruto said, addressing the room but looking at Danzo. "I'm not here because I'm angry about being attacked. I'm a shinobi. Getting attacked is part of the job. I'm here because the attack represents something larger, a pattern of behavior by Shimura Danzo that threatens the stability and integrity of this village." He turned to face the full council. Root's continued operation isn't just a violation of the third Hokage's orders. It's a shadow government operating within Konoha's walls, answering to no one, accountable to nothing, consuming resources that belong to the village and using them for one man's personal agenda. The operatives sent after me were children conditioned, controlled, stripped of their identities and turned into weapons. That's not protecting Konoha, that's exploiting it. Hamura cleared his throat. "These are strong words, young man. Do you have evidence beyond the three operatives and Hokage Sama's medical assessment?" This was the moment, the fulcrum point. "I do," Naruto said. He reached into his jacket and produced a scroll. Not the one containing Tsunade's financial evidence. That scroll would never see this table. A different scroll. One he'd prepared specifically for today, containing the intelligence gathered by weeks of surveillance, cross-referenced with his father's records, Jiraiya's intelligence network, and the third Hokage's sealed files. He unsealed the scroll and spread its contents on the council table. Operational records documenting route missions conducted after the disbandment order. Personnel files identifying currently active route operatives by codename and physical description. Financial records tracing resource diversions from Anbu official budget to Root's shadow accounts. He laid each document down with care. Communication intercepts between Shimura Danzo and officials at the Fire Daimyo's court, discussing the possibility of a politically motivated removal of the sitting Hokage. That last one hit like a thunderbolt. The clan heads leaned forward. Hamura's face went rigid. Koharu's hand tightened on the arm of her chair. Even Shikaku dropped his affected laziness and sat up straight. "You intercepted communications with the daimyo's office?" Koharu said sharply. "On whose authority?" "On my own authority as a Konoha shinobi who discovered evidence of seditious activity against the Hokage. Village regulations require any shinobi who discovers evidence of treason to report it through the chain of command. The Hokage is the top of my chain of command. I reported to her." "This is absurd," Danzo said. His voice had lost its measured calm, not by much, but enough that the room noticed. "You expect this council to take seriously the intelligence work of a genin, a child playing at espionage. I expect this council to examine the evidence and draw its own conclusions. That's what oversight means." Danzo stood. The movement was slow, controlled, but it carried an implicit threat, the subtle flexion of chakra that powerful shinobi used to remind rooms full of people exactly what they were dealing with. His cane clicked against the floor. "I have served this village for longer than most people in this room have been alive," he said. "I have sacrificed more than any of you can imagine. My body," he gestured at the bandaged arm, the scarred face, "bears the marks of that sacrifice. And now I'm being accused by a child on the basis of fabricated evidence and political opportunism." "The evidence isn't fabricated," Naruto said, "and this isn't opportunism. This is accountability." Accountability, Danzo's visible eye burned. You want to talk about accountability? Let's talk about the Hawkage's own record. Let's talk about the financial irregularities I raised at the last session. Let's talk about the discretionary spending that doesn't add up, the funds that disappeared, the accounts that are traceable to Root's shadow budget, Tsunade interrupted. As the documents in front of the council demonstrate, every financial discrepancy you've attributed to my spending can be accounted for by the resource diversions your illegal program has been conducting for years. Danzo turned to her. The air between them crackled. Two of the most powerful people in Konoha, decades of political enmity boiling to the surface. You're framing me, he said, quietly. Precisely. The voice of a man who recognized the maneuver because it was the kind of maneuver he himself would use. I'm presenting evidence. If you believe it's inaccurate, you're welcome to submit to a full investigation. Open your records. Open your facilities. Let the council examine Root's operations in their entirety. Tsunade's voice was steel. If you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear. The trap was perfect. If Danzo agreed to an investigation, Root's operations would be exposed, including the stolen Sharingan, the child soldiers, the unauthorized missions, and 100 other crimes that would bury him. If he refused, his refusal would be taken as an admission of guilt, especially in the context of the evidence already presented. Danzo saw it. Naruto watched him see it. The moment of recognition, the calculation of escape routes, the grim awareness that every exit was blocked. I will not submit to a witch hunt, Danzo said. This council does not have the authority to compel an investigation of this scope without the daimyo's approval. Interesting you mention the daimyo, Shikaku drawled. Given that the intercepted communications suggest you've been trying to use the daimyo's authority against the Hawkage. Seems like you're happy to invoke the Fire Lord's power when it suits you. Those communications are verified, Naruto said. He pulled one more document from the scroll, the final piece. This arrived yesterday from the daimyo's office. A formal acknowledgement that Shimura Danzo has been requesting private audiences to discuss leadership concerns in Konoha. The daimyo's chief of staff has provided this statement confirming the meetings and expressing concern about the nature of the requests. Jiraiya's work at the capital. The old sage had done more than just deliver Naruto's letter. He'd convinced the daimyo's people that Danzo's lobbying was a threat to the balanced relationship between the Fire Court and Konoha's military government. The resulting statement was diplomatic, but damning. The daimyo's office distancing itself from Danzo's overtures and implicitly supporting the current Hawkage. Danzo looked at the document. Something in his face changed. A tectonic shift, deep and fundamental. Like bedrock cracking under pressure, it was never designed to bear. He'd built his strategy on the assumption that he could operate in shadow, that his enemies would play by rules he didn't follow, that the slow accumulation of political leverage would eventually give him what he wanted. He'd been outmaneuvered by a teenager, a Hawkage he'd underestimated, and a spy network made of shadow clones. I move for a vote, Hayashi Hyuga said, his voice cutting through the charged silence. The council should decide whether to authorize a formal investigation into the allegations against Shimura Danzo, including the continued operation of Root, the attack on the Namikaze Air, and the unauthorized communications with the daimyo's office. Seconded, Shikaku said. Thirded. Tsume growled, her war hound echoing the sentiment with a low rumble. Tsunade nodded. The motion is on the floor, all in favor. The vote was not unanimous. Hamura and Koharu abstained, too deeply entangled in the old power structures to vote against Danzo outright, but too politically savvy to vote against the clear momentum of the room. Every clan head voted in favor. Shikaku voted in favor with the particular satisfaction of a man who appreciated elegant strategy. The motion passes, Tsunade said. A formal investigation into the activities of Shimura Danzo and the Root Division is authorized, effective immediately. Shimura Danzo, You are suspended from all advisory roles pending the investigation's completion. Your access to Anbu facilities and classified materials is revoked. You will submit to the investigation's requirements, including full disclosure of route personnel and operational records. Danzo stood motionless for 3 heartbeats. The room held its breath, then he spoke. Not to Tsunade, not to the council, to Naruto. "You think you've won," he said. His voice was quiet, almost intimate. As if the two of them were alone in the room. "You think this changes anything? But you're a child playing with forces you don't understand. The shadows I've built will outlive me. They'll outlive you. This village needs what I provide, whether it admits it or not." Naruto met his gaze, held it, let the silence stretch until it was thin enough to cut. "Maybe," he said. "But not today." Danzo turned and walked out of the council chamber. His cane tapped against the floor in a steady rhythm that echoed off the stone walls and faded down the corridor. The 2 elder advisors watched him go with expressions that mixed relief and unease in equal measure. The room exhaled. "The investigation will be conducted by a joint team," Tsunade said, her voice steady and commanding, reasserting control of the session. "Nara Shikaku will oversee. Yamanaka Inoichi will handle intelligence analysis. Anbu Commander Bear will provide operational support. The team will report directly to this council on a weekly basis." She looked around the room. "Any objections? Silence. Then this session is adjourned." The council members filed out, murmuring to each other in low, urgent tones. The political landscape of Konoha had just shifted, visibly and dramatically, and every person in the room was recalculating their position in the new order. Naruto remained in his chair until the room was empty except for him and Tsunade. The Hokage sat behind her table, hands flat on its surface, staring at nothing. The adrenaline was draining out of her, visibly the iron posture softening, the steel in her eyes dimming to something more human, more tired. "It worked," she said. "The first part worked. The investigation has to actually produce results, or Danzo regroups and comes back harder. Shikaku and Inoichi are the best intelligence operatives this village has produced in a generation. If there's evidence to find, they'll find it. There's evidence. Root's been operating for decades. You don't run an organization that size without leaving traces, no matter how careful you are, especially when the operatives themselves are evidence, living proof of illegal conditioning and conscription." Tsunade nodded slowly. Then she looked at him, really looked, with the full weight of her attention. The diagnostic precision she brought to medical examinations turned on him as a person rather than a patient. "You know what you did in there," she said, presented evidence to the council. "You dismantled a man who has been building power for 50 years, in one session, without raising your voice, without losing your temper, without making a single move that could be criticized as emotional or impulsive. You played the room like an instrument." She paused. "Your father could do that." "I never could. I'm a fighter, not a diplomat. But you," she shook her head. "You're both. I had help. Shikaku's intervention was critical, so was Hayashi's, and Jiraiya's work at the capital made the final peace possible. You built a coalition without any of them knowing they were being recruited. That's not help. That's leadership." He didn't know what to say to that. So he said nothing, and they sat in the empty council chamber as the afternoon light slanted through the windows and the dust motes drifted in the still air. "There's something we need to discuss," Tsunade said, "now that the immediate crisis is handled. The financial records." "My financial records, the real ones, the ones you found." She met his eyes. "What I said in that chamber about the discrepancies being traceable to Root's shadow budget was partially true. Root did divert resources, but it wasn't all Root. We both know that." "I know. The investigation Shikaku is running is going to dig deep. If he digs deep enough, he might find the discrepancy between Root's actual resource theft and the total amount missing from those funds. The gap between those numbers is what I took." "I know that too. So what do we do about it?" Naruto leaned back in his chair and looked at the ceiling. The council chamber's ceiling was painted with a mural, the founding of Konoha, the first and second Hokage standing together, the village rising from the forest. A story of ideals and compromise, of imperfect people building something worth building. You start paying it back, he said. Now, not in 5 years. Now, the repayment plan, we agreed to accelerate it. Use your personal assets, your earnings, whatever it takes. Every ryo you stole goes back where it belongs. That will take everything I have. Good, it should. And the gap in the records, if Shikaku finds it, he won't, because I'm going to help Shizune clean the trail, not to protect you, to protect the village. If the full truth comes out during a major political crisis, it doesn't just damage you. It damages the office. It gives every enemy of Konoha ammunition. It destabilizes the leadership transition at exactly the moment we need stability. He looked at her. I'm not covering for you because you deserve it. I'm covering for you because the village needs a Hokage right now, and removing you in the middle of a root investigation would be catastrophic. And after the investigation, you're going to be a better Hokage. You're going to stop drinking on the job. You're going to stop gambling. You're going to show up every day and do the work, not because I'm holding evidence over your head, but because you owe this village everything you have and more. And if you slip, if I see you sliding back into the patterns that led to this, I won't cover for you again. Tsunade was quiet for a long time. When she spoke, her voice was rough with something Naruto recognized as the particular strain of receiving a truth you needed but didn't want. You sound like your father, she said. My father would have been nicer about it. Your father would have been disappointed in me. Yeah, he would have been, but he also would have given you the chance to make it right. That's what I'm doing. She stood up, removed the Hokage hat and held it in both hands, looking at it, the kanji for fire. Stitched on the front, the weight of everything it represented. When you're Hokage, she said, and I say when, not if, don't make my mistakes, I'll make my own. That's the smartest thing you've said all day. She put the hat back on. Come on, we have work to do. The weeks that followed the council session transformed Konoha in ways both visible and invisible. The root investigation proceeded with the methodical thoroughness that Shikaku Nara brought to everything he touched. His team uncovered layer after layer of Danzo's operations, safe houses, training facilities, supply caches, and personnel records that revealed the full scope of the shadow organization. Danzo himself was confined to his residence under guard, his political allies quietly distancing themselves as the evidence mounted. The 3 captured operatives were the breakthrough. Tsunade spent 4 days working on the tongue seals, using a combination of her medical expertise and Uzumaki sealing principles that Naruto provided from his mother's scrolls. The seals were Danzo's masterwork, intricate, layered, designed to kill the host if tampered with. But Tsunade was the greatest medical ninja alive, and the Uzumaki sealing arts were older and deeper than anything Danzo had built. She cracked them. All 3, the operatives, talked, haltingly at first, then in floods, as if a dam had broken and years of suppressed memory and emotion were pouring through the gap. They described their recruitment taken from orphanages or off the streets as children, some as young as 5. Their conditioning, systematic emotional suppression, identity erasure, absolute loyalty programming. Their missions, assassinations, sabotage, intelligence operations conducted within and outside the village, all without authorization, all in service of Danzo's vision of what Konoha should be. The testimony was devastating, not just politically, emotionally. Council members who had tolerated Danzo as a necessary evil were forced to confront the reality of what that tolerance had enabled. Children turned into weapons, lives erased, all in the name of a security doctrine that valued control above humanity. Inoichi Yamanaka's analysis of the operatives' memories provided the final piece, visual confirmation of Danzo's personal involvement in root operations, including the harvesting and transplantation of Sharingan eyes from the Uchiha massacre site. Naruto had kept the 3rd Hokage's account of the massacre in reserve. He hadn't presented it at the council session. It was too explosive, too destabilizing, too loaded with implications that went beyond Danzo to the village's entire leadership structure. But as the investigation progressed and the evidence accumulated, he made a decision. He gave it to Shikaku, privately, in a meeting that lasted 2 hours and left the Nara clan head looking 10 years older. The third knew, Shikaku said, staring at the document. He knew the whole time. He knew, and he chose not to act, for reasons that were political, not moral. And Itachi, the kid was following orders. He murdered his entire family because Danzo told him to, Danzo and the council elders, with the third's reluctant knowledge. Naruto paused. Sasuke doesn't know. He thinks his brother went insane. Everything he's done since that night, the isolation, the obsession with revenge, his defection to Orochimaru, it's all based on a lie. Shikaku set the document down and pressed his palms against his eyes. If this becomes public, it needs to become public. Not all at once, not in a way that causes panic. But the truth has to come out, because the alternative is that we keep lying, and every day we keep lying is another day that the foundations of this village rest on rot. The political consequences will be severe, I know. But the political consequences of keeping this secret are worse, because secrets like this don't stay buried. They surface at the worst possible time in the worst possible way, and they destroy everything they touch. He looked at Shikaku. You're the smartest strategist in Konoha. Figure out how to release this in a way that minimizes damage while maximizing accountability. That's what I'm asking. Shikaku studied him with the piercing, analytical gaze that made him the most respected mind in the village's military leadership. You've thought about this a lot. I've thought about almost nothing else for 2 months. You know this will change everything, not just for Danzo, for the elders, for the village's relationship with Sasuke, for the way we understand our own history. That's the point. Shikaku folded the document carefully and sealed it in a secure scroll. I'll build a disclosure plan. It'll take time, weeks at minimum. The information has to be presented in the right context, to the right people, in the right sequence. Done badly, this could tear the village apart. Done well, it could make us stronger. Then do it well. The Jounin assessment came 30 days later. Tsunade had arranged the evaluation panel 5 active Jounin selected for their expertise across different combat disciplines. Kakashi was deliberately excluded to avoid accusations of bias. The panel included Mato Gai, whose Taijutsu evaluation would be the most rigorous. Yuhei Kurenai, who would test Genjutsu defense. Asuma, testing ninjutsu and elemental combat. Genma Shiranui, evaluating weapons and tactics. And Anko Mitarashi, who would, as she put it, try to kill him and see what happens. The assessment took 6 hours. Naruto walked into training ground 44, the Forest of Death, because Anko insisted on dramatic settings and didn't walk out until every evaluator had been given a full demonstration of his capabilities. Guy came at him with the full intensity of the sublime green beast of Konoha, testing speed, power, reflexes, and martial technique. Naruto met him in the interceptor form, countering Guy's explosive assault with the clean, economic movements his father had designed. He couldn't match Guy's raw speed, nobody could, short of opening the inner gates, but he didn't need to. The form's defensive architecture turned Guy's power against him, redirecting strikes and creating counterattack windows that let Naruto land clean hits against one of the best Taijutsu fighters alive. Guy was impressed. Visibly, audibly, and at considerable volume. Kurenai tested his Genjutsu defense with increasingly sophisticated illusions. Naruto's defense wasn't elegant, he lacked the chakra finesse for true Genjutsu mastery, but it was effective. The Kyubai's chakra, properly channeled, disrupted external Genjutsu like a bonfire melting ice. And the sensor seals he'd woven into his clothing provided an additional layer of detection that caught illusions before they could fully form. Asuma tested wind-nature combat and ninjutsu versatility. Naruto deployed the full range of wind techniques. He developed enhanced weapons, air bullets, wind barriers, and finally, at Asuma's specific request, the Rasen Shuriken. He formed it solo this time. Not instantly, he still needed a clone to help stabilize the wind nature, but with only one clone instead of two, and in under 2 seconds instead of 4. The technique screamed into existence in his palm, a spinning disk of compressed wind chakra that hummed with barely contained destructive force. He didn't throw it. The training ground couldn't handle the impact, and they all knew it, but the formation alone was enough. Asuma nodded once, slow and deliberate, the nod of a man acknowledging something he'd helped create, but that had grown beyond anything he'd imagined. Genma tested tactical combat, multiple opponents, complex terrain, shifting objectives. Naruto deployed shadow clones strategically, using them not as a blunt instrument but as a coordinated force, each clone operating semi-independently while maintaining a tactical coherence that spoke to weeks of drill and practice. He mixed taijutsu, ninjutsu, and sealing techniques fluidly, adapting to each new challenge with the kind of creative problem-solving that couldn't be taught, only developed. Anko tried to kill him. Not literally, probably, but her evaluation was designed to test his ability to function under genuine mortal threat. She used killing intent, poisoned weapons, trap-laden terrain, and her signature snake techniques to create an environment that was as close to real combat as a controlled assessment could be. Naruto survived it. More than survived it, he controlled it, turning Anko's traps against her, neutralizing her snakes with barrier seals, and ending the engagement with Anko pinned against a tree by 3 shadow clones while the original stood 10 feet away, uninjured, with a Rasengan humming in one hand and a medical diagnostic scan running from the other. "Show off," Anko said from behind the clones. "Is that a pass?" "That's a holy hell, kid. Where were you hiding this?" The panel convened, discussed, voted, unanimously. Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki was promoted to the rank of Special Jounin, with notations for exceptional performance in ninjutsu, taijutsu, sealing arts, and tactical operations. He was 14 years old. The night of his promotion, Naruto stood on top of the Hokage monument, specifically on top of his father's stone head. The village spread out below him in a tapestry of lights and shadows, alive and breathing. 100,000 people living their lives in the shelter of walls built by the founders. Kakashi stood beside him, hands in his pockets, looking out at the same view. "Special Jounin," Kakashi said. "Fastest promotion in village history. The Hokage son has to set records. It's expected. Your father made Jounin at the same age. You're ahead of his pace in some areas, and behind in others. The Huraishin is still months away from combat ready. My medical jutsu is functional but not refined. My genjutsu is barely passable, and I haven't even begun to address the Kyuubi situation properly. Most people would take a moment to celebrate before listing their deficiencies. Most people aren't being hunted by Akatsuki." Kakashi conceded the point with a tilt of his head. The Akatsuki threat loomed over everything the organization of S-rank missing in collecting tailed beasts, Naruto's beast among their targets. It was the reason that everything he was building mattered. Not just political power, not just personal strength, but the capacity to survive what was coming. "There's something else," Naruto said. "Sasuke." The name settled between them like it always did, heavy, complicated, charged with failure and hope in equal measure. "The disclosure plan Shikaku is developing," Naruto continued. "When the truth about the Uchiha massacre becomes public, Sasuke will find out, whether we tell him or he hears it from someone else, and when he does, everything changes. He'll want revenge against the people actually responsible. He'll want to come home, maybe, or he'll want to burn everything down. The question is whether we can reach him before the rage consumes whatever's left of the person we knew. You want to go after him?" "Not yet. I'm not strong enough, but soon. I need to be strong enough that, when I find him, I can stop him if I have to and save him if I can. That's why I'm not celebrating tonight, because the work isn't done." Kakashi looked at him sideways. You know, when you first graduated from the academy, I thought you were the weakest student I'd ever been assigned. Loud, undisciplined, no talent for anything except stubbornness. Inspiring teacher speech incoming? I was wrong. Not about the loud part, you're still loud, but about the rest. You were never weak. You were unsupported. There's a difference. And the fact that you survived 12 years of neglect, abuse, and isolation without becoming bitter or broken, that's not just strength. That's something rarer, something I've only seen once before. In my dad? In your mother, actually. She was the toughest person I ever met, and the kindest. And she would be so proud of you right now that the entire village would hear about it, because subtlety was not her strong suit. Naruto laughed. A real laugh, full and warm, rising from somewhere deep in his chest. It caught him off guard. He'd been so focused, so driven, so relentlessly forward-looking that he'd forgotten what it felt like to simply be happy. He stood on his father's stone head and laughed, and the sound carried out over the village on the night breeze. And for a moment, just a moment, everything was exactly as it should have been. Below them, Konoha glittered. Imperfect, scarred, rebuilding. A village founded on ideals it had sometimes betrayed and principles it had sometimes forgotten. A village that had failed him in every way a village could fail a child, and that he was choosing to protect anyway. Not because it deserved his protection, the question of deserving was too complicated for a night like this, but because it was his home. His parents' home. The place they'd died to save. He would be worthy of that sacrifice, not by being perfect, not by being noble or selfless or any of the other idealized qualities that people projected onto the Hokage's office, but by being honest, by being strong, by refusing to look away from uncomfortable truths, especially when those truths implicated the people and institutions he was supposed to trust. The road ahead was long. Akatsuki was gathering strength. Sasuke was out there somewhere, marinating in a hatred that was about to be redirected. The village was entering a period of political upheaval that would test every alliance and institution. And somewhere in a guarded residence on the edge of the village, Danzo was planning his next move, because men like Danzo never stopped planning. But Naruto wasn't the boy who'd walked into that record's basement anymore. He wasn't the orphan eating expired ramen, the dead last genin, the kid nobody took seriously. He was Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki, special jounin of Konohagakure, heir to 2 legendary bloodlines, student of 3 Sannin-level teachers, and the holder of secrets that could reshape the political landscape of the shinobi world. He was 14 years old, and he was just getting started. Kakashi-sensei, HM, thanks for showing up. Kakashi's visible eye curved in the first genuine smile Naruto had ever seen from him. Wouldn't have missed it. They stood together on the monument as the night deepened and the stars came out. 2 shinobi watching over a village that was learning, slowly and painfully, to deserve the people who protected it. Tomorrow, the work would continue. Tomorrow, there would be new threats and new challenges and new reasons to push harder, train longer, think deeper. Tomorrow, the game beneath the game would resume with higher stakes and more dangerous players. But tonight, for just a little while, it was enough to stand on his father's shoulders and look at the future. It was going to be one hell of a ride.
I hope did you enjoy this video. If you do, please leave a like, share, and subscribe. And if you are still watching this video, then please make sure to comment 5 snakes in the comment section, so I will know that you are still watching this video. So until then, see you again.